Oops. No judging my background, though I tidied up my room a little bit here. How do I background effects? That's the button I need. None. Apply. Okay. So what color is a good color that you can see? That's also, I need enough of it. Too much.
Alright, good afternoon everyone.
Lime green will work.
Sa ating
Can y'all see me?
abuse.
I don't know how to, I can't, like the spotlight myself. Spotlight me. And I need
also one of the good topics that we are going to learn today.
So, hey, here's for reference. You guys had a chapter on health conditions. Here's the nursing version of that chapter. This whole textbook is just the health conditions. Lots of extra information. All right. So I'm going to put this down a bit. It's not perfect, but this is my mattress. There, my mattress. This is the foot of the bed. Head of the bed, I'm up here. Okay. So that top sheet.
Ganda 21, thank you, sis.
The first thing that you're going to do is, like, it's all lined up nice. Okay.
Salamat.
Take that,
shout out sa'yo.
all the sheets at the foot of the bed, and you bring them underneath. Like, that's the first step. So if you were looking at it as a side view, you see this. The mattress inside that sheet. Okay? I'm hoping that I have not, we're all okay with this first step, how it's wrapping. So I'm tucking underneath. So the next step is to make this mitered corner, this hospital corner. Okay? The way that I'm going to actually do that, or that I like to help people visualize, is I almost use the bottom of the mattress, like the edge, the actual edge of the mattress. And I think about it as if the edge of the mattress is making an imaginary line, right? Like where it's folded at the top. If I continue that fold straight out to the edge of the fabric, you see where I'm grabbing that fabric from here? So this is the top sheet. I go all the way around the bottom of the mattress, right? Everybody's follow me? You see what I'm doing? So I just imagine that end, that edge, that corner, and I follow it with my eyes visually, though I'm doing it with my finger to demonstrate, but it's really, I do it with my eyes, but I just bring it, this imaginary line straight out, okay? Then you swing this, you actually swing. So I'm pulling tight away, swing to meet the top of the mattress here. So this top of the mattress, you're actually going to bring it to here. Does that make sense, what I've done here?
Yeah.
It's just this corner piece, not down here. It's this imaginary line. I bring it here. Tuck all that junk. Everything that's here, tuck it underneath that mattress. Tuck, tuck, tuck. I'm still holding that corner piece. So my sheet goes like this, that line. I had it all the way out. I brought it like this. Tuck that stuff underneath. Now when I let go, it falls down and makes the hospital corner. So it actually makes it there. I know it's a bit awkward here. Okay. I don't want to, maybe in help in white. So I'll do it once more. This is the top of the bed, foot of the bed. A little bit on an angle. We need Nestoran's sewn pretend mattress here. my bad med-surg nursing book as my practice. But that's going to go around the bottom, so the foot of the bed, right? I get my little imaginary line straight out to the corner. If I line it up there, then I can tuck all this extra stuff underneath. When I drop that down, it creates, and here I'll put a color so you can see. You can, there. See what happens when I drop it, it makes that nice crisp corner. Pink, pink. There you go. Not the easiest to appreciate, but that's what actually will happen. Oh, you don't see anything but my pretty profile. It's okay, I'm good with this second. For anyone who is still struggling with that hospital corner, with that mitered corner, anyone still having issues, shoot me a little message and we can do a little meeting, a little group meeting or something, and I can try to demo again. Well, I'm not demoing. I don't demo nothing. The green side was better. Okay, yeah. So I go one last time. I go around the bed, around the foot of the bed,
can see your
around the end of that bed, follow to the edge. I guess I need a little more here, a little more on the edge. If I bring it across like this, see, I don't want extra fabric in here getting caught, eh? So that's why I'm taking this top piece. You might have to lift up that sheet a wee bit to bring it nice and tight, and then you tuck all of that junk underneath. And again, when it comes down, you get this really nice, sometimes it's a bit of, you get a nice angle like this. Sometimes you get it a little bit tighter and it's not quite a perfect triangle. Sometimes it goes straight down, that's okay. But again, what are we looking for, right? We don't want to have any wrinkles. We want that flat, right? When we want it to be tight at the bottom here, okay? I know sometimes we need that area for toes, right? So I can literally just create that little area. When it's on my mattress, I can create a little bit of extra fabric there for the toes, and then tuck, do my hospital corner, and it comes down, and I'm left with just this little like fold. That's all. You'll just see a small fold, like a pleat, and that will be that little extra bit of room for the toes. Okay. So I know it's not perfect. Hopefully that verbal explanation lined up with the videos too help to fix it. But as I mentioned, please reach out to me if you're still having trouble, and we'll not have a meeting for me to go over it again. All right. Thank you for your patience. Whereas I got to go back to the space now. That's me working smarter, not harder, because I have to put it away. Otherwise, I'm going to stress myself out. Go, apply. My Teams is not working. Yes. It's a little bit awkward when you're learning on a queen or king bed. It is totally possible. However, to get the tightness, you'll notice that you have to kind of go one side, yank to get it tight, and then you have to walk physically to the other side of your giant bed and yank it underneath to get it underneath on the first try. So like do that first. Don't do it first corner and then second corner. I really recommend get that whole sheet under the foot of the bed first, then do the hospital, the mitered corner bit. For our home beds, when you have only a little twin bed, you can pretty much scoop all the fabric underneath it with one hand. You can get the majority of it underneath there, so it's not really a problem. But if it's all loose, and you're trying to do the hospital corner, you won't be able to pull nice and taut to get the corner nice. So definitely do your first step, get all that fabric underneath the mattress at the foot of your bed. For those of you practicing at home, I like for Siobhan's comment too. Do that try that as your first step to hopefully it'll help. Okay. Let's see if my team. I'm frozen on my own screen right now. Apologies. Hopefully you're all here. Okay. Good. Thank you. What's going on here? All right. Yes, thank you so much, Veronica. As I mentioned, I just tried to play the video on my computer and it says that the video is now corrupt. So I gotta find a working copy of it, and then I will gladly replay it for the class, of course. But yeah, work on, as I mentioned, take that first step, pull it tight around the foot of the bed, and then second step, find your imaginary line, pull it, line it up to the top of the mattress on the side, tuck the junk, and then when you drop that corner down, hopefully it'll work. Hopefully it'll work. Okay. Thank you, Nastran. It is, yeah, that's a micro fleece as well, so it's fuzzy on one side. Where am I here? Okay, so welcome to abuse and awareness. Abuse and neglect, I suppose, is the title of this module. It is a but okay, I will try. I need to make it sure it's a working copy. Otherwise, if that doesn't exist anymore, I don't know. I have to find one. We can just do. I'll walk over there with my phone and do it on my bed to show you. We can do that. That's going to be really, really awkward, but I will endeavor to do. If there's only a couple of you struggling with it, though, let's see. We'll see if you're still struggling, reach out. If there's only a couple of you, then I'll do a private. We'll just meet for 10 minutes or something privately, and I'll just go over it instead of taking the whole class time. So this is a short, really short module. It's all chapter 16, the abuse chapter. There is a little bit out of, they direct us to chapter 36. Some section in there. They're about 10 pages worth, I think it is. I will review at the end when I put my little list up. But we've already seen that chapter. That's the cognition stuff. So we're kind of reviewing some of that stuff. To me, in my head, kind of makes sense. We're talking about abuse, neglect, and if we're thinking about cognitive impairment, these kind of topics can go hand in hand, I think. So that's why it's reminding us that there's content in that cognitive chapter as well, but you've seen that stuff before. So now you're applying that knowledge to this module, okay? So we are going to have a big group assignment. Big, it's not that big of an assignment. Group assignment will be done in class tomorrow. We're going to have class time, so you shouldn't have to do any homework. You should be able to get it finished in class tomorrow. We'll have dedicated time for the assignment. Then you'll be able to hand in one copy per group for marks, all in class time. That is the goal for tomorrow, okay? And then the theory test for this one will be Thursday morning, right? The morning that we start medications. So that's similar as today. We're going to do abuse this afternoon and tomorrow. And then medications is going to be Thursday afternoon and Friday. Okay.
Exam na naman.
With the assignment and stuff there, the test the following Monday. So we only have the theory test for this week and the class assignment this week. Okay. Okay. So as I mentioned, chapter 16 is the brunt of this section. However, there is a little bit of, knowledge elsewhere, especially if we're referencing, the acts, the legislation, around abuse and reporting and those kind of things. So you might have be taking a peek at a few of those websites or peeking back at the legislation stuff, right? Long-Term Care Homes Act, those kind of tidbits, but the brunt of it will be out of the chapter 16, 37 knowledge part, okay? So what is abuse? What is it? I should check first. Is there language that I need to do at the front here? Sorry, I should have checked first before we got going.
Abuse is result when
15,
physical or mental harm is caused by
16,
someone in a position of trust, such as family members, partner, or caregiver, unlike random acts
I'm gonna
of violence which
skip.
take place.
I'm gonna
in
skip going
society.
through the list of language. No problem, Tracy. Yeah, hopefully you get the audio at least to follow along. So the terms from the key terms are going to come up in the readings or in the what I'm going to lecture about. Emotional, child, physical, sexual, spousal. So spousal and marginalized look like two of the words that are the most that we haven't seen, or the ones that kind of pop off that we may not have seen. So marginalized or spousal. But largely the rest of the language on that key terms is words like neglect, thrive, abuse. So it's very repetitive. If you want me to do it again at the end, Nasran, catch me at the end and I'll go over them again for sounds. Okay, so abuse is physical or mental harm. Okay, physical or mental harm done by someone who's in a position of trust. So like family member, partner, spouse, right? Those kind of things. Caregiver, your PSW, your nurse. Okay, so it can be a variety of people. Okay, can be the abuser. All right. That term abuse implies that there's a relationship. So, like we said, family member, there's a relationship, caregiver relationship. Okay, so there's that implication. The word abuse is implying there is some kind of relationship. Okay. The abuser ultimately has the power, has the control. Okay. So they're the ones whose actions are constituting abuse. Okay, the victim is the person who's dependent on the abuser. So if you need your brief changed every few hours, and I know that you should have your brief changed every few hours, and I choose not to change your brief, and I choose not to change your brief, and I choose not to change your brief, and I choose not to change your brief.
That's
right?
an abuse.
This is negligence at first, and then we start to go on to it's getting more and more and more serious, right? So the victim is physically, emotionally, financially, right? Somehow they're dependent on the abuser, right? So we're back, there's a relationship here, somehow, right? It occurs at all social levels. It can occur in any culture, right? Somebody's getting taken advantage of. That's where we're going, down that road, okay? It's not exclusive to Ontario, right? It's not. So we have the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. You'll recall from a past learning, right? And that we know because of that
Tanong ko sa teacher
we want
ko.
to have an equitable, right, and diverse, experience. No one should be abused.
Do you think the one
right?
being abused is
no
always
one should be
dependent to
treated
the
unfairly,
abuser?
right? We want, right? In that perfect world, we've got the legislation, right? We wrote it, but everybody should be treated well, right? No abuse, nothing bad. We want to do that, and so we're legally obligated because we wrote it in the charter, right? So even just as Canadians, we should be respecting the rights and freedoms of others, right? So you'll see on page 255, there is a box 16-1. the rights and freedoms of all Canadians.
Thank you for the question, Kadzbu.
Yeah, the abusee is dependent on the abuser for something, somehow. Okay? Okay. We're not talking about just like randomly walking up to somebody in the street and I punch them and I don't even like know them. I just punched like a random act of violence. That's not what we're talking about here. This is there's a relationship and we're causing harm. Okay. So you'll need to review box 16-1 and 255, the charter. Okay. It's reminding us about our fundamental rights. That's it. Okay. So we have a variety of types of abuse. Okay. So we might have it physical.
She's not answering.
Physical. Yeah, there is fear, definitely, Belen. The fear is 100% there.
There she goes.
But the reason why it's abuse is because there's an expectation of the caregiver or the family member, right, or the son or the daughter, to, not withhold their finances or not, you know what I mean? If you don't do what I want, I'm going to put you in a long-term care home. Right? That's abusive, right? That type of, I'd be threatening to put you in a home. I'm going to put you in a home. We're never going to visit you again unless you do this. Give me more money to pay my mortgage. Right? Or, go over and visit grandma and take $50 out of her purse every time and then lie to her.
I guess.
It's an abuse of the relationship. There's a relationship. The PSW caregiver relationship could be a family member, like I mentioned. It could be a partner, a husband, a wife, the spouse, the children, the parents, the caregiver. So the abuse could come, right? The negligence or abuse could come from anywhere. All right. So it could be physical. It could be physical. Veronica, I didn't say anything else yet. It just directed us to box 16-1 so far. On page 242.
Good question, Katsu. So I love it.
Types of abuse might be physical in nature, as I mentioned. So it might be force, right, or violence that causes pain, right? Could be, it might not be resulting in injury. Like I might not break your arm, but if there was harm or pain, right, I'm not acting appropriately. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to end with a broken arm. Well, I broke that lady's arm right out of, but if I was gripping her too strong, if I yank on her a little bit too hard, right? If I'm causing harm, rough handling, just being too rough, right? Being dominated. What do you mean, Belen, being dominated? Yeah, so you guys are talking about post-traumatic stress complex PTSD. So that's relating to your comfort and stuff like that, but that's not me abusing you as your nurse. So that you being scared of abuse is not me abusing you or taking advantage of you. Yeah, absolutely, Verna. Yeah, during the formative years, right? So that goes into the CPTSD, the PTSD, complex PTSD part, where, right, in our formative years, and then now you're still having with relating back. But here we're meaning more about if I'm your PSW coming to bathe you every day and I steal money from you, or I convince you to give me money every time I come. See how the relationship, being dominated by the abuser. Yeah, that's what's happening, right? So I'm using I'm either withholding care from you or I'm physically harming you. But the point here is that the PSW can be an abuser. If you push somebody too hard, you grab their arm too much, if you convince them to give you a tip, Oh, you should give me a $5 tip for cleaning your house. They have dementia, and you tell them that they should give you a tip every time you come and you clean their floor. That's abuse. That's financial abuse. It's financial abuse. So it's not just physical. It's not just me hitting you or me grabbing you or bruising you or something like that, me smacking you, as also the different versions as well. Okay.
Hello, positive mood.
So so physical
Thank you for
would be like
coming.
any violence, any rough
Katsu
handling.
is here.
It might not result in physical injury per se, but it does cause discomfort. It does cause pain. So
Lesson
it
namin
might
ngayon is
be me
abuse and
pushing
neglect.
you. It might be me shaking you. Why did you do that? Don't do that. Don't throw your food. You cannot treat someone like that. You cannot do that to someone. That is assault, right? I cannot. So this is really important that we think about like that whole picture, right? Grabbing their arm. No, come back over here. I'm putting such an aggressive tone with it, but it doesn't have to have my tone doesn't have to be that aggressive. I can just grab you too strong, right? What if I put you in restraints without the doctor's order?
Very wide ang
You know what I mean?
ng abuse.
See where we're going with this? You
There are so many
have
types of
power
abuse
over
na
every single person that you see
this
as your
needs
client.
to be discussed
You have the
by
power.
the teacher.
So you are in a position.
Mayroon siyang child abuse,
right?
Child neglect. It's emotional abuse.
What about in
emotional
school
neglect.
teacher to kid? What do you mean school
Financial
teacher to kid?
abuse.
Yes, a teacher is in a position
Physical
of power
abuse,
over a child.
psychological, sexual.
The babysitter,
We
position
have
of
the
power.
spouse
The
abuse,
PSW,
workplace
the nurse, the doctor.
abuse,
Every
that
single
includes
person
bullying.
on the care team is in a
It's a
position
lot.
of power. Just make sure
Very
though when
wide
you're being
range ang
tested,
ano
everyone
natin.
like think about what Mosby's is teaching us on
Abuse.
in terms of this abuse and neglect chapter, because it'll be an easy one for us to go sideways, especially that I'm a mental health nurse and have experience in psychiatry. Be careful. Don't let
Learning
me go
while
down too many
working.
side
Yes,
streets
sister
here. Okay,
dear.
gotta pump the
Thank
brakes
you
out.
for
Okay. But yeah, the teacher holds a position of power, so the teacher can abuse the child. Yes, absolutely. But confining and restraining. So I lock you in your
feeling
room.
yes,
You
yes,
can't
that's
get
the
out,
worst
right?
thing.
That's abuse. Okay.
How's the two kiddos? Happy to borrow them. Yeah, they're still here watching TV.
Let me see what's next on the list there.
Yeah,
Sexual.
physiologically, that is
sexual
the worst
abuse,
thing na
right?
abuse.
So
physiological,
could be
yes.
comments, be talking, speaking, the words that you're saying to someone.
Psychological, yes.
It could be gestures, right? It could be suggestive.
And also that psychological
commentary,
thing.
Suggestive things that you're
Most
saying.
commonly nasa sa bahay.
And it could be straight up touching someone inappropriately without their permission, their perineal area.
Mga bata.
Grabbing someone's breast tissue without asking permission,
abuse.
Without telling someone who you are, what you're doing, why you're doing it, getting permission.
Na naka-abuse na pala tayo psychologically.
Just seeing that. So the abuse can be sexual in nature. Okay. We can have emotional, psychological abuse. Okay. So your psychological is going to be, right, any actions that are verbal or nonverbal. So just take that touching part away, right? So that physical, I've actually made that contact with you. But here with the psychological, it can be spoken, or it could be like body language, right? That's lessening your self-worth, your dignity, your identity, any of these kind of things. So that's psychological damage. So I can abuse you psychologically without touching you as well. Okay. Taking away people's right to choose can be very destructive, right? No, I'll choose for you. Give me gas money today, or I won't let you see your grandchildren again. Oh my gosh, right? Like that's that psychological piece. The infantilization is considered psychological abuse. So treating our elderly like little babies. Okay. Oh, we're just gonna change your palm and oh, that's right. That's abusive to be talking to someone like a little baby when they're not.
Distancing yourself
Okay.
to the abuser is the only way you can save yourself. That is what the
Withholding
relationship of the family
access,
that you
right,
are trying to
to
save.
our loved ones or social gatherings, right, to make them have will lower their self-esteem, increase their loneliness, right? So we can do things in a way that will really affect people psychologically. Okay. Again,
Distancing yourself to the abuser is the only way you can save yourself. What about the relationship of the family that you are trying to save? Tingnan natin.
Hey, YouTube pop-ups play on their own. Welcome to my life here. Who's usually got a possessed computer? It's usually Tracy. Your computer's usually possessed and unmutes itself. Right now, mine is playing videos. Wonderful. So, physical, sexual, emotional / psychological abuse. We have financial, so misusing money or property, right? Getting a tip, taking money, stealing money, paying off my credit card bills with their account information. Oh my gosh, right? Like lots of bad things could happen here, right? That's where you'll recall I was telling you guys that little story about the lady. She always wanted to give us a tip. She was so cognitively impaired. Her dementia was really advanced in the long-term care. She wanted to give everyone a tip. So instead of letting her give people money, care team talked with the family. We got the Werther's treats. So they're all individually sealed, little treat. So she would give the nurse or the PSW a Werther's treat, and the PSW, because it was sealed, would just, oh, thank you so much, and put it right back in the candy tray, because it was just pop it back in the candy tray. And the lady didn't realize, but she was so happy to be able to give the workers a tip every time, like it was so important to her. So you see how we made it so we weren't going to be in an abusive spot, but we were still letting her. She really wanted to, so we figured out a way to let her tip her workers. But the problem is, what, she hands me a $20 bill, right? And then the daughter comes in, Adriana comes in and says, there was a $20 bill in my mom's wallet, right? And that Allison was taking care of her today, and there's not a $20 bill now, right? So I'm gonna have to go look in the chart. Oh, Allison was given a $20. She put it in the nursing station lock box, right? So it wouldn't get missed or something like that. But so in that side example with the mints there, the pre-packaged candies, that was the way that worked with that client. It might not work with everybody, but that one actually worked with that client. So we were able to we didn't have to worry about it. If a Werther's went missing, it wasn't the end of the world either, right? If they fell in her pocket or in the garbage can. Distancing yourself, client, to the abuser is a way you can save yourself with the client. No, this is more like the point of this lesson, Belen, is so that you don't abuse your clients. And if you see Veronica abusing her patient, her client, you're going to report her, and you're going to call the abuse hotline. That's what this is about. This is about you not abusing and recognizing abuse to report someone. Okay. So if you are if I go in and care for Adriana in her home and her daughter is coming over and I feel there's abuse, then I need to call and report that Adriana's daughter is financially, I think Adriana's daughter is financially abusing her. That's where we're going with this one.
Good night.
This content in this one. This is so that you are not guilty of abusing your clients, and how to recognize the abuse and what are the common ways that clients are abused. So then after financial abuse, I might have neglect, this umbrella of neglect. So we've got a big abuse umbrella. We have little mini umbrellas under each one. Okay. So for neglect, it's not meeting those basic needs. So active or intentional neglect is deliberately withholding, and then passive or unintentional is just failing to meet because you didn't know, you didn't realize, you had like, right, there was missing information, you weren't sure. So it wasn't a direct attack, but ultimately it was still neglectful. Whatever you did, whatever you're guilty of, it was still neglectful, but it wasn't intentional, right? We have more grace for that, right? We'll re-educate you and then you don't make the same mistake again, right? But the other is that intentional negligence, okay? So it might be withholding services. Like I said, if I won't change your brief because I'm mad at you. Mina didn't finish her food, so I'm not going to change her all shift. I don't know. I'm mad at you today, Mina. I'm not going to change your brief, right? It's really that's intentionally neglectful, right? Okay. So those are a few of the types of abuse. Okay. There is a cycle of abuse. Okay. And you're going to see on page 254, they're listed 3 paragraphs you need to know. Let's put a star, take your highlighter out. You can highlight cycle of abuse, number 1, number 2, number 3 on page 254. Okay, so there's a tension building phase, the abusive phase, and then the honeymoon phase. Okay, so you can review that. The time between the episodes is usually getting shorter, right? It happens less frequent, gets more and more and more frequent. And that's usually what's happened, or usually happens, typically happens. As I mentioned, your role as a support worker could be identifying signs of abuse. You may be privileged to identify the abuse. You are never qualified to judge, right? That's not our role. We're not the jury. We're not any person upstairs. We're not, licensing body. We're not the police. None of those things. But you're going to report your suspicions, right, to your supervisor. There are even whistleblower. I'll even give you some links at the end of today's lesson. But that you can make a report, anonymous reports, things like that. Okay. And in real life, registered staff, for some reason we're trying to get PSWs registered as registered bodies, but your nursing staff who we have a registered, I've got somebody to accountable, right? My CNO, my license, my RN, your physicians here. If we're a licensed team member, we actually have reporting right to our licensing body. So if I turn around and see a nurse abusing somebody, I can call the CNO and make an anonymous complaint about that nurse. You can be like, yo, that Allison Norton that works at this place, I watch her hit people. You can call and report. Don't do lies reports. Just report if people are abusive, but it'll spark an investigation. And if you are found guilty, you can lose your license as a registered staff member. Okay. We really, really want to make sure that we are cognizant, right, about the signs of abuse so that we can intervene quickly. We can talk to our supervisor, we can talk to the team, we can sort it out. There is a 258, there's a box on 258, okay, and it's about thinking about safety. So I remind us, that's a big box for this one. Okay, so they go and talk about signs and symptoms of abuse, okay, for all the different ones that I mentioned, and then they give you a little paragraph for children, right? So really important when I see that, right, signs of the abuse, looking at like those new bruises, right? Where are they coming from? Why does it look like a handprint? Mm-hmm. Right? Why is that bruise line up exactly with a person's hand? Right? That should get your spidey senses thinking, right? It's not, this seems odd, Me personally, I bruise really easily. I got bruises everywhere. Do they look like handprints? No, they don't. Have I seen handprints on somebody? Yeah, I have. Yeah. So, yeah, Tracy's got it right. I'm gonna end up with a criminal record most likely. Yeah, in that case. But I do review the thinking about safety box, and there is a little tidbit about child abuse there. I know that we largely are thinking about our geriatric clients here because the majority of us are going to work in geriatrics, but some of us are going to be doing respite. Some of us are going to be working with kids and peds. So definitely don't skip over the child abuse piece. Yeah, walk into a table corner. Doesn't look like fingerprints, right? You know what I mean? So it's like, if I know my client fell last night, shouldn't be fingerprints around their bicep, right? The bruise should match falling, not being grabbed. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean when you might recognize those bruises as being untoward or strange. They don't fit the picture, right? They don't fit the narrative. Okay. Abusive relationships, super complex. So don't try to think that you're going to like roll in here and be like, identify, what's going on. No. We're not psychiatrists. We're not psychologists. We're not advanced practice psychiatric nurses, none of the above. We're not dealing with that part. So it is not for us to judge or do any of those things, like I said. And there's not like one single cause of abuse usually either. It's like super complex. So don't don't focus yourself in trying to like solve that problem. Think about it from I need to report. I need to get that team looking at this issue to see if it is bad or not. Okay. People who are likely to be abusive, Mosby's goes on to touch lightly, people who might have issues with addictions. They might have mental health disorders. They might have explosive emotional outbursts. They might have some people who experienced childhood abuse or trauma can become abusers later in life, as well as become very victimized later in life. So you see how it's very complex, and we've done a bit of brain stuff now in a few of these modules. So it's very convoluted, it's very layered, lots of different pieces coming to play here. So just really important to think that there's some common things that might lead us to be more abusive in that zone. High periods of stress, right? Exactly. Not a miracle maker. Assist, observe, report, show you care, be empathetic. Of course, all of those things. Spousal is between intimate partners. Just because they're not married, right? If they're considering themselves to be partners, then it will come under the umbrella of spousal, of course, but a common law or married relationship. Okay. So one partner ends up with more power than the other. It can happen over time. It could happen, more acutely because there was an injury, like an illness that has changed the dynamic or something like that. But ultimately, somebody's got more power or more control than the other. So if only one person can access the money, right, that puts them in a position of power. If I have to ask you for money, if I cannot actually access money and I have to ask you for money, right, you hold power over me because I need you to give me my money. Make sense? Right. Usually yeah. But I mean, what's happening if I got dementia on deck or some early onset stage 1 Alzheimer's, are you worried that I'm going to go on Amazon and order 10 million things and spend all your money? So, you might restrict the access to the card, just to avoid, so it didn't come from a malicious place. But I'm just saying, right, it's so complex, how the layers are. So, like I said, if something's got you going, that's it. Start that report piece. Start that conversation piece. Control situation piece. But it happens gently though, right? That type of thing would happen gently, but then you can use it, right? Because now I've got the money power. Now I can make you do things for me. I can say, you eat your whole dinner, or we're not gonna buy that thing you want. You finish all your dinner. I've just exercised my power over you, right? Typically with spousal as well, there's more than one type that's happening at the same time. And there's a bit of that gaslighting going on, right? That like we believe that they're going to change or that they're going to do better, like they apologize. There's more forgiveness in that relationship piece, right? Oh no, it was just because he was really upset after work, or she's just really stressed right now. It won't happen again. Right? We're more forgiving with that spousal relationship, right? So for child abuse, though, we're referring to child abuse that the parent, guardian, caregiver, teacher, nurse, whatever, is mistreating or neglecting a child. Okay, can happen at all social levels again. So same thing. Again, it's the same thing, right? A gross, meaning big, large, gross, gross misuse. Oh yeah, I'll be on a side tangent. Adriana, huge, yeah, and we have like workplace violence and abuse. There's a neurosurgeon killed a wife, family physician. There is a case. We have law, and I'm on a side track now, but a nurse, and I think it was in London. It was a surgeon was like stalking her, all kinds of stuff like that. Like ended up murdering her, all kinds of things like that. So it can be work related. You end up in a position of power. Somehow there's usually some kind of power imbalance in some way to allow that abuse to happen. If we're really actually equals, we're not able to hold something over each other's head. So there is a power imbalance. But yeah, Adriana nails it. It is so complex. Yeah, exactly. It's super, super, super complex. We're definitely not solving this issue overnight. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. What we can do, be those eyes, do good work, have high standards, don't be abusive, don't take advantage of our role as a person in power over our clients, and report suspected abuse. That's the best that we can do. As we mentioned loosely, right, even in the chat, but though, if we're experiencing trauma, if we're experiencing abuse, that will have lasting effects into adulthood from that child perspective. So it's really important that we mitigate that. We want to recognize it as early as we can. Okay, so child abuse, Mosby's breaks it down again into physical, emotional, child sexual, right, and child neglect. Okay, so largely very similar, but with that view on child. Okay. 2 o'clock. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm still on track. So some situations can increase the chance of abuse or neglect. They may be like divorce, unemployment, poverty could, right? But we've all learned now, though, that all these issues are like super complex, right? There's a lot of things that are going to result in this. It's not just one single little, this happened. No, I lost my job and I didn't start hitting people. But what are we thinking about? Like, right, what's the impact emotionally, all those social determinants of health, right? So it's a little bit different. It's not just by itself, this thing causes this. There's the impact of all these issues, right, could be abusive behavior towards a child. Fair? That section is it's about a page and a half or so. Yeah, page and a half on kids. Not even, almost. About a page on kids, on our children. What can be done to prevent child abuse? Education, parenting, right? Knowing that you have options, resources, help, right? That's a big piece. Being supportive, right? Abuse education makes sense, right? We jump into the abuse of older adults or geriatric clientele that picks up on 261. Older adults are at risk for all the types, right? But our most common are the financial and emotional, right? Because if I'm too rough with you, I'm probably going to get caught. Let's be real. So you're going to see some bruises, right? If it's intentional, right? You're going to see that financial and emotional more because the impacts aren't displayed necessarily on their body for someone else to catch, right? It's a lot easier for me to get a tip from Mina than to shake Mina. Veronica's going to notice those bruises, but she's not going to notice that 20 bucks is missing from my tip that week, right? So you may or may not have realized that the abusers are usually family members with our geriatric clients, okay? The primary caregiver, okay? Like I said, it's easy for that financial abuse piece, right? Borrow mom's card to pay the mortgage this month. She doesn't need it. I'll use her old age pension, pay some bills down. She's living with me anyways. It's her rent. But mom doesn't know. It's not your money to spend, is it? So our geriatric clients are also less likely to report. They have fear. And that fear, if they're living at home with an abusive child, the child is taking advantage of their money situation and stuff, they're scared that they're going to get put in a long-term care home. So they don't say anything. So this is a really common issue. So you might be seeing, if you're doing home care, right, you might be seeing maybe some of the signs of the financial abuse with your clients, right? Just keep that in mind. Okay, if I'm scared to go to long-term care, I don't want to lose my home. I don't want to leave my home. I live at home. I'm not old yet. I'm not going. You're not putting me in a facility. I'm not going to a home. I'd be scared, right? I don't want to report my son for being bad. I don't want to go. I want to stay here. So you can see how they would get worried, right? And then they're going to not report. Stress is really stressful to care for a loved one, right? It's really stressful to be a primary caregiver. So you might have caregiver exhaustion leading to that neglect. Remember we said it could be unintentional, right? The abuse could be unintentional. So you might see it because of just exhaustion, a general lack of, I'm not even thinking about those things anymore. I just forget. It's just, it went in the bottom of the to-do list and I never got to it. Okay. Could be my favorite, the ageism, right? My dad's old. He's not going to do it. He doesn't do it anymore. He's old. He can't do it. He's old. He can't do it. Don't assume. We need to respect people's dignity, all of that kind of stuff. Risking, the more vulnerable they are, right, the higher the risk is for the abuse, right? So if they have, precarious housing, or, they might be, I don't know, they might have a disability, or they might have a lack of access. These are the people who are going to have even more risk of falling in through these cracks of abuse, right? Just because they're not being seen as often. They don't have as many educated healthcare professionals around, right, to catch those issues. Okay. Abuse can happen in facilities, can happen in home care setting, can happen anywhere. The abuse can happen anywhere, okay? And any member of the healthcare team can be guilty of the abuse. Any member. Yes, it can be the doc. Yes, it can be the RN. Yes, it can be the RPN, the RT, the OT, the PTA, whoever you want to put on that list, right? The whole healthcare team, any one of us can be responsible for abuse, okay? I think all of our clients are always at risk, right? Like I said, if I provide care against your wishes, it's not right. Right? So I'd be performing, maybe it might be physical, I don't know, right? But I'm doing things against your wishes. There's gonna be emotional in there as well, right? Psychosocial. It often is happening. Now, I'm not talking about just evil people here, okay? Let's put those, I know, Allison, I just know this evil person, they go around, they hurt people. That's not what I'm talking about here, right? I'm talking about us, our class here. But if we're really under a lot of stress, that's often when we're going to see some of this unintentional abuse happen with us, right? I'm sure you guys can imagine, right? My workload is so full, and then an emergency happens and I don't get it right. And I can see where this kind of non-malicious, I didn't mean to, right? But that would be an example maybe of when it could happen, right? That our workload. But sometimes our clients are just outright abusive towards us, aren't they? Our cognitively impaired clients, for instance, somebody could be a little bit abusive to us verbally, right? Or they could have some physically abusive tendencies towards us. So then might get a little bit rough with them because you're exasperated and you're tired of being abused yourself. See how then we could create there's a chance to act inappropriately from our end. Fair? Yeah, expected often, but like not often. How we talk to people helps to diffuse it, honestly. There's, like I said, even the figuring out what is the trigger, like what's actually pissing somebody off, can sometimes help, right? But if you're finding that you are this person, this client, like I cannot deal with Veronica today, like I just can't deal with her. I'm at the end of my rope and I know her behavior, she's going to send me over the edge. You know how to deal with that as a team? Ask somebody to switch with me today. Because, right, oh, you know what, Mina? I'm just really, really struggling today to deal with Veronica. I just can't. Is there any way that we could switch someone in our assignment today? Would you be able to handle her today? I just can't do it emotionally. I had a bad weekend with my sick spouse. Right. And then, but you know what I mean? Like I said, we can work together as a team, right? If it comes down to it, if you can't provide good, high quality care, then you might have to ask to switch out your assignment, right? And then reconvene your head, come back to work in a better headspace. Fair? Yeah. Give respect and get respect always, always. So abuse is a crime. We can't abuse people. It's a crime. Okay, if Mina asks you to give her money, Mina, give me all your money. Yeah, if Mina wants that tip, if she's saying, oh, I cleaned your window today, Allison, you should give me tip. I want extra for you. Oh, that's right. I'll give you a toonie. That's abuse. Can't do it. Yeah. So we need to report, right? So if we suspect child abuse, elder abuse, we want to report it, okay? If someone's telling you, right, listen, give empathy, acknowledge what they're telling you, right? You want to provide that emotional support, right? Let them tell you what they need to tell you. As long as the report that you're making of abuse, right, this query of abuse, as long as you mean it in well, as long as you're not calling to falsely say, I just don't like Veronica, so I'm going to call and report Veronica for abuse. As long as you're not falsifying your report, you won't get in trouble for saying, I'm worried. I don't know if maybe there's an abusive situation calling. When you call your supervisor, if you call a hotline, say there might be abuse happening, you won't get in trouble unless you're making false claims, like on purpose. So that's the point. We actually want people to report so that we can intervene. It's actually very important, right? We don't want this abuse to happen, right? We do not want that. So if you suspect a child abuse, you can report to your supervisor. There's child protective services here in Ontario that you can report to, and they keep your information confidential inside their reporting system. But I always recommend to double check with your supervisor before you call the hotline. I always like to do that, especially right for that chain of command piece and the documentation and all of that kind of communication piece for the team. So I always say, tell your supervisor what's going on, document it, and then you can go ahead and call whatever hotline is would be. Yeah, just to make sure that you've alerted that chain in your reporting chain as well. But yeah, if you're gonna call Child Protective Services, for example, you're able to do that, and you'll make the report anonymously. They know who you are, but the people you're reporting don't know who you are. That makes sense to you. You tell them who you are when you report. Hi, I want to report abuse. My name's Allison. I'm a registered nurse. This is why I suspect there might be abuse in this situation. I'm not sure. Right? You see how that happens? So they know who I am, but the family doesn't know I'm the one who called. Does that make sense to you? Okay. For older adults, each province has a hotline, like a way that you can report. Know your policy for wherever you're working. Ultimately, at the end of the day, know the policy, know the steps in your chain, of course. But there is resources for you to do these reports. So you're going to want to have information though before you call. Remember when I called that doctor in the middle of the night and I learned something? Get your information together on your paper before you call. They're going to want to know who, why, what, when, where, right? They're going to want some information. Who are you suspecting of abuse and why, right? You're going to need to know. You're not just calling. I don't like Veronica. She's an abusive PSW. Sorry, Veronica, I'm totally picking on you today. But she's bad. She's bad. Charmaine was another bad one in another module. I think I picked on Charmaine another module. But anyways, you're gonna have to have some information ultimately when you call the report. So make sure you've got a little bit of data with you to do that. Okay. There are a variety of places that you can call, right? Police departments have abuse reporting hotlines, kids help phone. You might give the telephone number to your child client. No, you don't need the proof, Belen. You're allowed to report it as a suspicion. So as the healthcare worker, you're allowed to report the suspicion, which will start an investigation into figuring out if it is. And that's what I'm saying. As long as you're not making it up, I'm gonna say, well, I hate Adriana. I'm gonna make her life a problem. So I'm gonna call all these agencies and say, I think Adriana abuses clients. I think Adriana is abused. They're gonna find out once they start investigating, Adriana is not guilty of abuse. I'm gonna be the one who's actually gonna get in trouble. But if I report and they do some investigation and say, oh, it wasn't really abuse, we're not going to, maybe we just need to talk to her to remind her some things, like, it's okay, you're not in trouble. You meant well. As long as your intention was pure, it was good intention to report the abuse, it's all good. That's what they want. I'll give it to you, Nesran. Hold on. Don't jump my gun, because I know people are going to click on the links. I want to put it in there first, but I know better now. Everyone will go clicking on everything I share. So there's a variety of services, though, a variety of places that you may be able to call. Lots of times your local police departments often even have an elder abuse hotline or a task force for elder abuse, things like that. Yep, Siobhan, back in the day, her son called Kids Help Phone because it took away a toy. Siobhan, did they call you to interview you and then found out that you were not abusing your child, like type of thing? Hopefully that's what happened in that?
No, I heard a knock at my door and I opened it and there were 2 police officers there.
But then did they interview you?
Yeah. And then they were like, okay, don't call on your mom again. Be a good boy, else we'll come and arrest you and put you in the back of the car. And it was fine.
So they see how they gave Siobhan the benefit of the doubt, do a little investigation, to send the police there, scare Siobhan, scare the kid. Now, I will tell you, when the police officers, as professionals, right, train to look for signs of abuse, as we are getting some training, right? When they showed up to talk to Siobhan, guaranteed They were judging everything that came out of her mouth. They were judging her body language. They were judging her son's responses to their questions, his behavior. They were looking at the house. They were looking for safety hazards. They were looking for all of this stuff to help them come to a decision that you, in fact, were not requiring further
Thank you, Kaganda
investigation.
21.
Yeah, and they even said to me, "Do you mind if we talk to him alone?" And I go, "Yeah, go ahead, go right ahead."
Because he might be scared to say something against mommy,
Right.
in front of mommy, right? Mommy's, oh no. So if we take the visual of mommy away, maybe the child says more than they would say with mommy present, especially if mommy could be the abuser. Things just link up, right? People are going, oh my God, I realize now. But thank you. Good share. Really good. I'm glad that your son was not taken away from you inappropriately.
So I was like, oh my God, why are you here? They're like, can we come in? I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also, a child that I not that the child was a friend of mine, but I knew a kid in school who did that to his mom, and it caused them so much problems. Like, it was just a mess. Yeah, over a toy, right? This one, he wasn't allowed to go to a party on a Friday night, so he called his mom and reported her. So it's just like, right, it's just annoying. Takes money out of the system. Those police officers had to come they had to write reports after why, what they did and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
And the thing, Ali, is like Kids Helpline stayed on. This is when you had house phone back in the day. They stayed on the line with him until the police got there. I didn't even know he was still on the phone with kids.
Oh my God. Oh, I can't even. How old was he?
He was what, 8?
Yep, big enough to have made a good, strong decision, right? This lady's not getting away with this. I want the damn toy. And to see the number, to recognize, to write down the number, right? Call for help. Smart cookie. I will, even though it was stinky for you, Siobhan, at least, good on him. He had the well toward that if bad things were happening, he probably would have called.
Yeah. That's what I always say. They teach them 911 in kindergarten and Kids Helpline in grade 2, I think. Yeah.
And the sidetrack, people have literally been saved at home because the child dialed 911 but didn't have the skills to actually do the conversation. But because the 911 gets called, if you don't answer properly, they'll send somebody to check up on the house. And kids have saved their parents' lives because they dialed 911 and left the phone down and went back to play with Lego. Kind of things like that have happened and then EMS shows up at the house. Other ones I've listened to audio of kids, oh, mommy started sleeping. I can't wake up mommy. Like that. I can't wake up mommy, so I called you. Mommy can't wake up. Okay, stay with us. Can you unlock the door for the fireman? Oh, mommy said not to unlock the door. Okay, don't worry. You don't need to unlock the door. You stay right by mommy and the fireman is going to come in. You know what I mean? Yeah, amazing. They're so smart. You give them credit. They might not be able to communicate, but they know they're learning, right? So yeah, a few different places that you might go for services. You might call for help. Let's see, abuse of healthcare workers. So abuse of us can happen. Okay, a family member, the client themselves might be abusive. Clients with mental health disorders, dementia, those kind of things, we might be at risk. I'm totally freezing and unfreezing. Apologies. Don't ignore it. Don't accept it. I don't want this to turn into a big Allison, what happens to you in real life, what goes on the side. I have been hit. I've been spit at. I've been, I tick mark every box of things that have happened to me. Like I told you, the one time I got punched in the face, lambasted, I got thrown right on the floor of that tub room, right? But the lady, right, if I think about what her experience was, she was reacting to me ripping a brief off, right? Other stuff going on. the lady wasn't coming at me to punch me. She was reacting to having her underwear ripped off, right? So in that sense, I reported that incident appropriately. You know, I did all of my cross my T's, dot my I's, everything that I need to do. But you know what I mean? I didn't ignore it, but I also didn't try to like charge her whole family with like assault or something like that in the same coin. Do you know what I mean? So know your policy, but don't. I never ignore it, even if I don't want to do something about it. I forgive you, Linda. You didn't do it on purpose. You schmucked me by accident. Like I know you. It doesn't make it right. I understand why it happened. It doesn't make it right. So it's going to get documented, incident report as appropriate, all those things. Make sure I'm working safely. Make sure the care plan, you know, 2 people approach. There's lots of different interventions. We can get different equipments. Remember there was one, a lady might, I told you one time, if their care plan says, tell the nurse before you give a bath, might be because they get medications before you go do something to help calm them, to reduce the risk of, you know, behaviors. Fair, it's just like something like that. So I will always report, document, I do my things that I need to do. I never ignore it, but I, depending on the situation, typically I use my spidey sense, my critical thinking to determine, you know, how abusive, how bad was this assault on me, right? You know what I mean? If somebody picks up a baseball bat and swings it at my head, it's a lot different than when I'm in the shower room ripping off some dementia client's brief, right? I see that difference. I am not telling you not to report and document. Every single instance, every pinch, every scratch, every time should be reported appropriately. I'm just saying personally, I'm not personally running around trying to charge every person under the sun with assault under the law. You know what I'm saying there? But you're always, always, always document, report, record, absolutely, 100% every time. Because like I said, it builds that picture, it builds that body of evidence. So if I know Tracy scratches workers regularly, whether it's on purpose or by accident, but she scratches, we can set a care plan up to make the workers safe. You see what I'm saying? I might not be able to change that dementia client's behavior, but we can put interventions to minimize that risk. You follow that circle of thought there, everybody? Makes sense? Okay. So report, and document, always, always, always. Some things might not be intentional, like I said. Some things are. Be professional. Even my cognitively impaired clients, they'll say, ouch, that hurt. Please don't touch me like that. Please don't grab my arm like that. It hurt. Even if they're cognitively impaired, right? And then when I document that I said those words, right? What was my action that I told the client that hurt? Whatever. I reported to my supervisor. So if it's bad enough, you know, you might have to, there might be police involvement. It has happened in the past, but always, like I said, go up that chain of command, right? Document and report appropriately. And there's going to be steps. There's literally going to be steps that we take if required, okay? Some clients might be a bit sexually aggressive, okay? So those who are, it may be intentional, might be unintentional. Report, document, report, always report and document. Always, you know, say your comment back. Speaking to me in that fashion is inappropriate. Speaking to me that way is inappropriate. Easy peasy, right? Done. It's my boundary. I don't respond to that kind of language. You know, those behaviors that language is unacceptable. And it's makes myself and the other staff uncomfortable. Okay. If you ever feel unsafe, you leave the room. You make sure that they're safe. You leave. You report. Document. Report. Right. Always documenting, reporting. You've got a box on 266, I think it is. What to do when a client is abusive. So you'll need to review those bullet points. Okay, they're giving you some tips and tricks. Remember, we know now Mosby's gives us tips and tricks for a reason. So please do that. Okay. I'm trying to wrap up here. Then you also may have some workplace. Okay. We might experience workplace kind of bullying. Could be, right? It could be horizontal. So it could be staff, right? Bullying staff. It could be from a position of power, like we said, like physician, RN, RPN, PSW. Could be a drip down effect, or it could be a lateral. Okay. 267 has your little effects of bullying in the workplace. Review. Asterisk that one. This is huge because this is staffing. Effects of bullying in the workplace. So if my workplace is making me more angry, does that increase my risk of being an abusive worker? You see how this, like, literally everything in healthcare is related, the human body and our behaviors. Sorry, not sorry, right? But please do review that, right? Because it's going to help to hopefully complete that circle. Okay. Important actions, document. Keep evidence. Like I've been kind of like loosely teaching you throughout this program, right? Send that email to Trios, like get it in writing back in an email, right? You didn't answer me. Well, resend the same email, forward the same email, right? To show that you've sent 6, compile that evidence. So the same thing, if you're having a bad experience at work, if Asmara is bullying me, Asmara is being so mean to me all the time, start writing it down. Start writing it down so that you have evidence, just like when I have to go to the doctor with evidence to get things changed for my clients, you're gonna have that evidence of bullying, that Asmara is really bullying me and she's acting inappropriately. I'm gonna have all of that at my fingertips, okay? Ultimately, don't retaliate as hard as it is not to. You gotta do that like play nice in the sandbox kind of thing. Try not to retaliate as best you can. Report, document, report, record, and try to go through the official channels is the best thing that we can do. We ultimately want to have good client care too. So I don't want to make Mina's day really bad because it's going to come out in her way she treats her clients, right? So it's interrelated. All right. Did that. Okay. Next, I will share with you some websites. Then I'm going to remind us of the homework. Oh no, websites. Then we're going to, websites, homework, reminder, and then I'm going to put our small groups, plug us into small groups for tomorrow preemptively now. And then we'll go into independent study time. You can chat, and with your small group, you can do whatever we need to for the last half an hour, okay? So, websites. Here is from the Ontario PSW Association. There's a link to their abuse reporting tool, okay? So you can, I've linked their website to you before. Here it is as well. That's the main site. The second one that I linked there is their main site. The first one is the abuse incident reporting. So you can go ahead and peek around if you want, but that'll give you an idea. Okay. Here, the next link that I'm going to share with you all is the Elder Abuse Prevention Ontario website. Again, don't forget you're going to be tested out of Mosby's, but this Elder Abuse website is awesome. Really, really great website for your knowledge, for learning. So if you're supplementing your Mosby's, great website, tons of really good information in there. Wonderful, wonderful information, informative website with links and all of the above. But I have to, as always, we're getting tested at a Mosby's. I'm not required to give you that link. You don't need that link. I'm just saying for you, for you at home, I know some of you are really you actually are looking at other information, Googling, looking at different resources and that kind of stuff. I know some of you are clicking Mosby links and stuff like that. Like, it's great. but do know that this one, the elder abuse, what is elder abuse, forms of abuse? This one, this third link that I put on, epon.ca, fantastic website. They've got little videos you can peek. So if you're trying to consolidate that knowledge in your head, looking for a little bit extra, like, point of view, or, you know, like we said, sometimes it's just somebody else explains it a little bit differently and it just sets it in your head. This may be the website that helps. But yeah, tested out of Mosby's. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, we're going to watch a video. It's a half an hour video. We're going to watch it together as a group. Okay. I wanted to show you something though. This, as I mentioned, registered staff. So myself, like as an RN, if we're reported for abuse or negligence or malpractice, any of those things, we actually, like, the College of Nurses has like a little miniature court on us. We have a little court, and they can take my nursing license away. They can revoke my license, my registering body, and they actually publish all of the decisions. And I'm just sharing my screen to you. In June, this is the June 2020, I just pulled up a random one, but in June 2020, these people had findings. These are all registered staff that had findings against them. And so this one of them, this person, Ian, he was alleged to have engaged in professional misconduct when he worked on units with high acuity patients by making racial slurs to a patient on 2 separate occasions, failing to assess and provide adequate care to a number of patients, failing to comply with a doctor's order for constant observation, and leaving his shift early without providing required report to colleagues. Yada, 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 yada. Member was not presented up. Panel made an order. They gave him a reprimand, and they revoked his registration as a nurse. This guy lost his nursing put you into groups, you can keep track of all your information. Everything's in here in group 2. You just press this button, meet, and it'll start that meeting for you all. Hopefully that made sense to everybody. Y'all got that? Just as a little extra. If you didn't know that you could do that, now you do. A little meeting in the top right-hand corner, just hit that and it'll start a video chat conference call. Okay, so again, that was group 2 was Nestor and Elvia Kalia. Group 3 was Charmaine, Mina, Asmara. Group 3 was Charmaine, Mina, Asmara. Group 4 was Belen, Veronica, and Davidson. Belen, Veronica, Davidson. Group 5 was Victoria, Charles, Sinette. Group 5, Victoria, Charles, Sinette. Group 6, Siobhan, Myrna, Tracy. Siobhan, Myrna, Tracy. And group 7 was Adriana, Danielle, Caitlin. Adriana, Danielle, and Caitlin. Okay. So again, you don't have to meet in your groups now, though you may choose to, just to touch base. There will be, I'm giving you time tomorrow in class to complete the assignment though, so you can do it then. I encourage you all to make sure that you've done reading before you come into the group assignment to make it go faster, right? If you've already done the brunt of the reading, then it'll make the assignment go really fast for you all, honestly. Okay, very good. I will see you all tomorrow here, right, for the next 30 minutes to meet with you or chit chat if you need to. If you have any questions, reminder, there are like 30 marks that I have to mark myself in the quiz, so the marks are definitely going to change unless you didn't do anything right, at all. If you submitted nothing, then they might not change, but marks will change. I'm marking the assignment before I start on the quiz, on the test. So you're going to be waiting. Don't look, don't be peeking all night tonight. I promise you I'm not getting into it. Okay? It's not gonna happen. So don't worry about it tonight. I'm telling you right now, you're not getting marks tonight. It's easier for me to just lay it in the sand. Sorry. But yeah, that's my order, okay? That I'll be working on it. Okay, everyone. So again, I'm here. I have a couple meetings with people, so shoot me a private message and I'll meet with you as soon as possible. And otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Get that chapter 16. It's a short module. All right, have a good evening, guys.
Natapos din. Chapter 16.
Abuse awareness. Objectives. After reading this chapter, the learner should be able to do the following. Identify the legal act that is meant to protect all Canadians, new immigrants, and visitors from abuse. Describe the types of abuse. Describe the cycle of abuse. Describe spousal abuse, child abuse, and abuse of older adults. Describe how clients and healthcare workers can be abused. Explain what to do if you have an abusive client. Identify signs of abuse. Explain your legal responsibilities when reporting abuse. Describe what to do if a client tells you about being abused. Apply the information in this chapter to your clinical practice properly. 253.
All right, guys.
Key terms.
Kikinig na tayo ng lesson
Abuse.
ng ano.
Physical or mental harm caused by someone in a position of trust. P253. Child abuse. mistreatment or neglect of a child by a parent, guardian, or caregiver. P. 259. Child neglect. Failure by a child's parents or other caregivers to meet the child's basic needs for emotional, psychological, and physical development. P. 260. Emotional abuse. Words or actions that cause mental harm, especially on a person's self-esteem. Also known as psychological abuse. P. 254. Emotional neglect. Failure to meet a person's need to feel loved, wanted, safe, and worthy. P. 260. Failure to thrive. A term to describe infants, babies, or children who are below the norms for body weight, growth, or cognitive development.
Let's
P.
listen, guys.
260. Financial abuse.
Thank you, CC
The misuse of a
Kaganda21
person's
for
money or property.
staying.
P. 254. Marginalized. Prevented from having any power or control over one's life or health care because of language, life circumstances, or role in society,
All
resulting
right.
in being shunned from mainstream society. P. 257.
Mhm.
Neglect. The state of being uncared for physically, emotionally, or psychologically. P. 254. Physical abuse. The deliberate application of force to any part of another person's body, which may result in a non-accidental injury and sometimes death. P. 259. Physical neglect. Failure to adequately meet a dependent's need for food, clothing, shelter, cleanliness, medical care, and protection from harm. P. 260. Psychological abuse. See emotional abuse. P. 254. Sexual abuse. Any non-consensual sexual act, including touching, that results from a threat, coercion, or force. P. 254. Sexual harassment. Any conduct, comment, gesture, threat, or suggestion that is sexual in nature, a form of sexual abuse. P. 254. Spousal abuse. Abuse of a partner by a partner in an intimate relationship such as a marriage or common law relationship. P. 256. Workplace bullying. Acts or verbal comments that could mentally hurt or isolate a person in the workplace. P. 267. The Canadian government has enacted laws to protect people from abuse and discrimination of any kind. In Chapter 10, we discussed each person's right to be treated with respect and the need to accept people's differences at all times. Showing respect for all clients is especially important in the field of support work. It is an unfortunate truth, however, that some support workers do not recognize that all clients have the right to safe, respectful treatment. When clients' rights are ignored, the clients become victims of abuse. Abuse results when physical or mental harm is caused by someone in a position of trust, such as a family member, partner, or caregiver. Unlike random acts of violence, which take place in all societies, abuse implies a relationship between the abuser and the abused. The abuser has power and control over the abused, and often, the victim is physically, emotionally, or financially dependent on the abuser. Abuse occurs in all age groups, at all social levels, in all cultures, and in all races. It can occur in community settings and in healthcare facilities. As a support worker, you must know how to recognize and report suspected abuse. In this chapter, we will discuss the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is the foundation for all of the country's laws that make abuse illegal. We will also discuss 1. The types of abuses, 2. Persons who are at highest risk for abuse, and 3. Ways to recognize and to report abuse. Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The basic human rights of Canadians, immigrants, and even visitors to Canada are protected by law. Since 1982, the most important protection has been the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which states that Canada values equality and diversity and that no one should be abused and no one has the right to treat others unfairly. Knowingly failing to comply with the Charter is illegal and can be considered abuse. 254. The Charter also requires everyone, including government, the police, the courts, and all Canadians, to respect the basic human rights of others. Because of the Charter, people living in Canada have many basic rights and freedoms. Box 16-1. Box 16-1. The rights and freedoms of all Canadians. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, 1982, ensures that all Canadians, new immigrants, and visitors to Canada have the following rights. Fundamental freedoms. This section includes the rights to freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communications, and freedom of peaceful assembly and association. Therefore, Canadians, new immigrants, and visitors to Canada have the right to practice the religion of their choice and express their views without fear of being punished in any way. They can also voice their opinions in print, example in a newspaper or pamphlet, in person, or on the internet, radio, or television. We all have the right to choose who we want to communicate with, or not, and we can join together in a peaceful manner to express our opinions, example to go on strike or to demonstrate in front of a building by holding up placards. Equality rights. This section includes the rights to equal treatment before and under the law and equal benefit and protection of the law without discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, gender, age, and mental or physical disability. Other grounds of discrimination that were not specifically set out in the Charter, such as sexual orientation and marital status, were recognized in 1985. We are all considered equal, and nobody can get poorer or special treatment because of their differences. Democratic rights. These sections contain the right to vote, the right to run for public office, and the maximum duration of legislative bodies. Mobility. This section ensures the right to move from place to place within Canada and ensures that Canadian citizens are free to enter and leave Canada as they please. It also gives citizens and permanent residents the right to move to and live in any province. Legal rights. These sections set out the rights that protect us in our dealings with the justice system. These rights ensure that individuals who are involved in legal proceedings are treated fairly, especially those charged with criminal offenses, and include the rights to have life, liberty, and security of the person, to be secure from unreasonable search and seizure, to be free from unnecessary detention or imprisonment, to be informed promptly of reasons for any arrest or detention, to retain and instruct counsel on arrest or detention, to be tried within a reasonable time by an impartial tribunal, to be presumed innocent. To have protection against self-incrimination. To be free from cruel and unusual treatment or punishment. To have the assistance of an interpreter. Language rights. These sections confirm that English and French are the official languages of Canada and assert the equality of the French and English languages in particular situations. The language rights include the right to use English or French in Parliament and in any court established by Parliament, including the Supreme Court of Canada. Federal laws must be published in both English and French. Minority language education rights. This section establishes that provincial governments must provide certain English or French language minority rights. Minority language education applies when there is a sufficient number of eligible children to justify providing schooling in that language. Source: Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, S2, Part I of the Constitution Act, 1982, being Schedule B to the Canada Act 1982, UK, 1982, C11. Types of abuse. There are many ways in which people can abuse others, and more than one type of abuse can occur at the same time. The different types of abuse are as follows. Physical abuse is force or violence that causes pain, injury, and sometimes death. Physical abuse includes pinching, hair pulling, pushing, slapping, hitting, shaking, choking, biting, or kicking. It also includes burning, poisoning, using weapons, or throwing things, example a chair or a hammer, at someone. Sexual abuse is unwanted sexual activity such as rape and attempted rape. Unwanted touching, fondling, kissing, and exposure, i.e., the abuser showing his or her genitals to the victim, are also considered sexual abuse. Sexual harassment. Another form of sexual abuse is any conduct, comment, gesture, threat, or suggestion that is sexual in nature. Emotional abuse. Psychological abuse occurs through words or actions that cause mental harm. It usually involves an attack on a person's self-esteem, for example, constantly insulting, humiliating, or rejecting a person, or saying that she is stupid or bad. All of these can harm the person's sense of worth and self-confidence. Emotional abuse can happen to infants, children, teens, adults, and older adults. Emotional abuse lessens the victim's dignity and self-worth because he or she is called names, yelled at, insulted, mocked, threatened, or sworn at. The victim may be ignored for long periods or may not be allowed to do preferred activities or visit with family, friends, or others. Threatening to harm someone or something that the victim loves, such as a child or a pet, is another example of emotional abuse. Financial abuse is the misuse of a person's money or property, usually for the abuser's financial gain. Financial abuse includes stealing, forging signatures, selling property or possessions without permission, and persuading or tricking victims to change their wills or give up control of their finances. Some abusers do not allow their victims access to their own money. Neglect is failure to meet the basic needs of a dependent person. Victims of neglect are usually children, people with disabilities, and frail older adults. Neglect occurs when a clean, comfortable, and safe environment is not provided. In some cases, the caregiver may even withhold or deny basic needs such as food, water, or clothing. Personal care, medical care, education, and attention and love may also be denied or withheld. The caregiver may knowingly neglect the victim or unintentionally neglect the person because of an inability to provide adequate care. The cycle of abuse. Abuse usually occurs over and over again, as the abuser tries to dominate the victim with power and control. It often follows a pattern, known as the cycle of abuse. Figure 16:1. There are three phases in the cycle. 1. The tension building phase. Tension starts to build between the abuser and the victim. Everyday events and comments irritate and anger the abuser. As the abuser becomes more angry and stressed, he grows more aggressive. The victim may try to calm, soothe, and please the abuser, stay out of the abuser's way, or try not to say or do anything that might anger or upset the abuser. 2. The abusive phase. Tension explodes into an abusive event. The abuse may involve neglect or physical, sexual, emotional, or financial abuse. Often, the abuse is triggered by an event unrelated to the victim's behavior. 3. The honeymoon phase. The abuser feels ashamed or sorry. He apologizes and promises never to do it again. He may offer gifts or be very loving and attentive. At this stage, the abuser and victim may both believe that the abuser can change. Figure 16:1. The cycle of abuse. If specific measures are not taken to stop the cycle of abuse, it continues. There may be days, weeks, months, or years between abusive events. Usually, the 256 time between episodes gradually shortens, and the abuse becomes more frequent and more intense. It is important for the victim and abuser to recognize the problem and get help to stop the cycle. Recognizing the signs of abuse. As a support worker, you are responsible for recognizing the signs of abuse. These signs generally apply to all abusive relationships in all settings. However, you are not qualified to judge whether or not your client is being abused. You may think you recognize one or some of the signs. See the Think About Safety, Signs and Symptoms of Abuse box, but such signs do not always mean that abuse has occurred. These signs might, however, suggest that abuse is a possibility. Watch for signs of abuse or neglect in the course of your daily work with your clients. Immediately report any suspicions or observations to your supervisor. Your supervisor will ensure that the situation is investigated. Know your employer's procedures on reporting observations or suspicions. Abusive relationships. Abuse can occur in many different kinds of relationships. An abuser can be a caregiver, such as a parent, child, grandparent, step-parent, or relative. Sometimes, the abuser is a non-relative who is close to the person, such as a family friend or a parent's or adult child's partner. All age groups are at risk and are equally likely to be victims. Abuse occurs in all types of families, rich and poor, educated and uneducated. Both women and men can be abused by their spouses or partners, children can be abused by their parents, older adults can be abused by their adult children, clients can be abused by healthcare workers, and healthcare workers can be abused by their clients.
Mega love shout out, Sir Malcolm and Asu
Box 16 to
Vlog.
2.
Thank you. I'll see vlog. Sorry.
Box 16 to 2.
Thank you for coming.
Persons at highest risk for abuse. Even though potentially anybody could be abused, or, for that matter, be an abuser, given the right circumstances, there are certain groups of people that are especially at risk for being abused. Abuse may damage such persons' sense of self-worth and dignity and increase their social isolation, making them even more vulnerable to abuse. Also, abused persons may be unable to access, or not know about, support systems that are available. These people include
Okay, makinig muna ako ng ano ha. May pakikinggan muna.
And that just means
Kaganda 21,
inflammation.
nanood
So
ako
I
ng
don't know why
cartoon.
it's called can popitis.
recognizing signs of abuse and neglect in students. One of the first signs that you'll notice is that the child does not want to go home. They may be getting abused at home or they don't get any attention there. Other signs include difficulty sitting down or walking. Neglected or abused children show extremes in their behavior. They may be extremely quiet and calm or quite volatile on the other hand. Teachers will notice that their parents seem unconcerned about their academics, as well as anything else that goes on in the child's life. Neglected children will often wear the same clothes to school day after day. Either they can't afford new clothes or their old clothing is never washed. Abused children don't like to be in close contact with adults. These children may step back as an adult approaches to maybe simply ask a question. The more that a teacher gets to know these children, the more they'll see a deep hatred that these students have for their parents. Another telltale sign is that the child has bruises and serious injuries. Injuries are sometimes as serious as broken bones or organ damage. As abused and neglected children age, they may turn to drugs or alcohol. This may be due to childhood trauma or to form social circles. The alcohol and drug use can lead to thoughts of suicide. The fact is, these children are at greater risk than other children. Hello, this may be due to childhood trauma or to form social circles. The alcohol and drug use can lead to thoughts of suicide. The fact is, these children are at greater risk than other children. At younger ages, these children may have odd knowledge relevant of their age. Other children may mock them for this knowledge. Another sign is that these abused children or neglected children refuse to get changed for gym class. They both have different reasons for their refusal. These children often run away from home. It may be as a very young child or as an adolescent. A sign of sexual abuse is when a young child becomes pregnant at a very early age. The abuse can really come from anyone in that child's life. There is usually a detachment between the child and parents. Unfortunately, there just isn't the same bond loving parents have with their children. Neglected children are frequently absent from school. Their parents don't take an interest in their own child's education, so the children get away with staying home. Their parents don't provide them with any food or money, which is not always intentional, so these children may be asking for money. And lastly, you'll notice that these children get very frightened when the parent comes by. The look of fear you'll see in their faces. Right now, I want to say thank you for your time. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like and share this video, and check the description for links to resources as well.
That's a good one. As the time comes, neurobiology of child abuse neglect.
You may have heard about child abuse and neglect. Do you know what they mean? They include acts of commission and omission and are preventable. Child abuse and neglect include acts of commission and omission. What are acts of commission? Acts of commission are deliberate and intentional. However, harm to a child might not be the intended consequence.
Marginalized persons, especially women. Those who 1. Do not speak an official language, 2. Belong to a visible minority group, 3. Are geographically isolated, 4. Have a physical or intellectual disability, 5. Have a mental health disorder, 6. Have, or had, a substance abuse problem, or 7. Work in the sex trade are considered to be marginalized, that is, they are prevented from having any power or control because of their language, one other than English or French, their life circumstances, including poverty, or their role in society, and are shunned by mainstream society because of it. People who are marginalized are usually treated as though they were invisible, and they often feel powerless to report abuse, or they may not be understood or believed, in which case authorities may not give as much attention to their reports as to other people's reports. Children. Children are usually dependent on the person who is caring for them. They are too young to know how to defend or protect themselves. Some parents or caregivers think that they have the right to discipline their children using abusive force or words. Others are overwhelmed with the stress and responsibilities of being a parent or guardian, or they very likely were abused themselves in their childhood. Socially or geographically isolated older adults. Older adults who cannot get out of the places where they live may not have an opportunity to tell anyone that they are abused. Bruises and other obvious physical signs might also go unnoticed if these older adults are prevented from having contact with others. Older adults may not know how to escape from an abuser or may lack the strength to seek safety and shelter. Older adults with reduced cognitive capacity. These people may not know or remember that they have been abused. They may no longer have control over their finances, so they may not know that their money or belongings are being taken. Dependent older adults with disabilities. If older adults do not have opportunities to interact with others, abuses can often go unrecognized. In the case of physical abuse, bruises are often explained away by the abuser as being caused by the disability, age, or general health condition of the older adult. Older adults cared for by people with substance abuse problems. People with substance abuse problems may lack impulse control, that is, the ability to control their angry outbursts or to deal with the older adult's challenging behaviors in a nonviolent manner. Others may have financial problems and steal from the older adult they care for to support their own substance addiction. Source: Government of Canada, Department of Justice. 2011, Elder Abuse is Wrong. Retrieved from http://www.justice.gc.ca/eng/rp-pr/cj-pf/eaw-my.pdf. Abusive relationships are complex, and there is usually no single cause for the abuse. In most cases of abuse by the caregiver, the abuse has been triggered when the abuser felt overwhelmed and felt that no help was available to care for their physically or mentally challenged child or dependent parent. However, in all relationships, a person is more likely to be abusive if he or she has problems with alcohol or drugs, has a mental illness, for example, major depression, or severe personality flaws, for example, an explosive temper, inability to control impulses, or lack of empathy for others. Was abused as a child. Is going through a period of high stress, such as divorce, unemployment, poverty, or illness. Spousal abuse. Spousal abuse is abuse that occurs between intimate partners in a marriage or common law relationship and may be physical, sexual, emotional, or financial. Usually, more than one type of abuse is present in the relationship. Spousal abuse is abuse in any love partner relationship, including same-sex relationships. Both women and men can be abused by their partners. However, women are usually more severely injured than men are. The incidence of male abuse in a man-woman relationship is not as well known, because in many cases, the male is less likely to report this abuse. Domestic violence rates among intimate couples usually increase when the woman is pregnant or caring for an infant. 1. Why do they stay? People who are abused by their partner often deny the abuse. They also often choose to stay with their 257 partners in spite of serious physical violence. Some victims may stay because they are afraid of leaving their abuser, who may have threatened them with harm, death, or denial of child custody. In some circumstances, the victim may stay so that the children can continue to have the financial and other comforts of a two-parent home. Some victims stay because they do not know where to go or how to get help. Some others may believe that they are responsible for the abuse, that no one will believe them, or that the abuser will change and the relationship will work. 258. Think about safety. Signs and symptoms of abuse. Victims of abuse can be subjected to one or more of the following types of abuse. Physical abuse. Physical injuries, such as burns, bumps, bruises, scratches, cuts, or fractures, that frequently go untreated and either are unexplained or have unlikely explanations. New injuries that appear while older injuries are still healing. Frequent injuries, such as burns, bruises, welts, or cuts, on the face, neck, inner arms, back, upper arms, and inner thighs. People who are abused often try to hide their injuries under clothing or makeup. Welts, bruises, or burns that have the shape of the object that caused the injury. For example, the shape may be of a handprint, belt, or wooden spoon. Unexplained missing or loose teeth. A very groggy or overly sedated client. Sexual abuse. Irritation or injury, such as cuts and bruises or scarring, of the thighs, perineum, or breasts. Intense fear of bathing or perineal care. Torn, stained, or bloody underwear. Vaginal discharge, genital odor, and painful urination. Difficulty walking or sitting. Avoidance of touching, see the Supporting Emmylou, One Abuse Survivors Struggle box. Emotional abuse. A change in behavior, especially if the client seems depressed or unusually quiet or withdrawn. Fearful behavior, especially in the presence of the suspected abuser. For example, the client cowers, avoids eye contact, or trembles. Unwillingness to talk or answer questions. Change in behavior when the suspected abuser enters and leaves the room. Withholding of permission to socialize with family or friends or clients. Withdrawal from contacts. Private conversations not allowed. The suspected abuser insists on being present or within hearing distance of all conversations. Change in the behavior of the suspected abuser, who may be the caregiver. For example, on one occasion she is pleasant and cooperative and, on another, is defensive or hostile. Caregiver's failure to show any affection toward the person in his or her care, or shows of affection seem strained or insincere. Frequent statements by the caregiver that the person in his or her care is difficult or demanding. Financial abuse. Caregiver's refusal to spend money on caring for the person. Unpaid bills, such as utilities, telephone, or rent, or bounced checks, even though client has money. Lack of adequate food, clothing, personal care items, or furnishings, even though client can afford them. Suspected abuser's greater concern is the cost, rather than the quality, of the care. Missing personal belongings, with no explanation. Suspected abuser does not have a job and is secretive about his or her source of income. Client has to ask for permission to write checks or spend money. Neglect. Unsafe, unclean, or inadequate living conditions. Lack of personal hygiene. For example, a neglected client may have ingrown nails, decayed teeth, untreated sores, matted hair, body odor, or dirty clothing. Signs of poor nutrition and fluid intake, such as weight loss, extreme thirst, a thin, bony appearance, sunken eyes or cheeks, and a dry, papery feeling to the skin. Pressure sores. Medications not purchased. Lack of supervision or attention for prolonged periods. 259. Infants and children. All of the above as well as the following are signs of abuse or neglect in children and infants. Sudden behavior changes, for example, bedwetting, loss of bladder or bowel control during the day, or loss of appetite. Prolonged vomiting or diarrhea. Developmental delays, such as not gaining weight or not reaching developmental milestones, example sitting or standing. Lack of energy in infants, shown by lack of interest in the surroundings, infrequent crying, and generally an undemanding disposition. Sources: Boyack, v. 1997. Golden Years: Hidden Fears, Elder Abuse. A Handbook for Frontline Helpers Working with Seniors, p7. Calgary, Kirby Center, Quinn, M.J., and Tomita, S.K., 1997. Elder Abuse and Neglect, Causes, Diagnosis, and Intervention Strategies, 2nd ed., pages 55, 76. New York, New York, Springer, Government of Canada, Department of Justice. 2011, Elder Abuse is Wrong. Retrieved from http://www.justice.gc.ca/eng/rp-pr/cj-pv/fv-vf/eaw-my.pdf. Supporting Emmylou, One Abuse Survivor's Struggle. Emmylou is a 32-year-old woman who grew up in a loving family. One night, when Emmylou was in high school, she was babysitting her neighbor's two children, as she often did. She was upstairs putting the children to bed and did not hear the children's father come into the house and up the stairs. She greeted him when she walked out of the children's bedroom and asked him where his wife was. He explained that she was going to be late coming home from their meeting. At that point, Emmylou said that she should go home, as it was a school night and she had to get up early the next day for school. The neighbor prevented her from going down the stairs, and he forced her to the floor in the hallway and sexually assaulted her. Later, Emmylou ran home and showered. She always blamed herself for what had happened and has never told anyone about that night. Since that incident, Emmylou has always hated being touched or having anybody stand close to her. Last month, Emmylou was injured in a head-on collision caused by a drunk driver and became permanently paralyzed from her neck down, quadriplegia. As a support worker, you are assigned to provide basic care to her now that she is out of the hospital and at home with her parents. One day, when you are providing personal care to her, Emmylou begins to tear up. She shakes her head, and her lips are quivering. How would you proceed? Child abuse. Child abuse occurs when a parent, guardian, or caregiver mistreats or neglects a child, which may result in the following: significant emotional or psychological harm, serious risk of harm to the child. Child abuse is a gross misuse of a caregiver's position of trust and authority over a child. Children who are abused tend to experience more social problems and perform less well in school than other children. As a result, as adults, they can remain poorly adjusted socially and lack success in life. Additionally, victims of childhood abuse are at greater risk for becoming violent abusers and criminals themselves. Child abuse can take many different forms. Physical abuse: the deliberate application of force on any part of a child's body, which may 260 result in a non-accidental injury. Physical abuse also includes behaviors such as shaking, choking, biting, kicking, burning, or poisoning a child, holding a child underwater, or any other harmful or dangerous use of force or restraint. Some people confuse punishment with physical abuse. Emotional abuse: see general description of emotional abuse on p. 258. Other forms of emotionally abusive treatment include forcing a child into social isolation or intimidating, exploiting, terrorizing, or routinely making unreasonable demands on a child. Emotional abuse is often part of a pattern of family stress and dysfunctional parenting. In fact, some provinces in Canada now include exposure of a child to violence between the parents as a form of emotional abuse. A recent study of wife assault found that children witness violence against their mothers in almost 40% of violent marriages. 3. Children who are both emotionally and physically abused exhibit the greatest degree of aggression, delinquency, and interpersonal problems. Women who were abused in childhood are more likely to suffer from depression, low self-esteem, and suicidal thoughts. While physical abuse will put a child in immediate danger of injury, psychological or emotional abuse can have even more negative and long-term consequences for the child. Sexual abuse: the use of a child for sexual purposes by an adult or adolescent. Exposing a child to any sexual activity or behavior constitutes sexual abuse. It may involve fondling, inviting a child to touch or be touched sexually, or even engaging the child in sexual intercourse, juvenile prostitution, or sexual exploitation through pornography. Sexual abuse is also considered a form of emotional abuse. Child neglect: failure by a parent or other caregiver to meet a child's basic needs for emotional, psychological, and physical development. Physical neglect occurs when a child's needs for food, clothing, shelter, cleanliness, medical care, and protection from harm are not adequately met. Emotional neglect occurs when a child's need to feel loved, wanted, safe, and worthy is not met. Emotional neglect can range from the context of the abuser simply being unavailable to the abuser's open rejection of the child. Physical assaults are more likely to be reported, but neglect can have equally serious consequences for a child. If you witness or suspect child abuse, you are legally required to report it. Situations that increase the risk for child abuse. Family crisis, divorce, unemployment, moving, poverty, and crowded living conditions all cause stress. Stress can lead to abuse. See the Supporting Taylor, Understanding Contributing Abuse Factors box. Non-biological or transient caregivers in the home. Children are more likely to be abused if they live in a household in which the biological parent shares parenting responsibilities with a partner, or partners, who does not have a committed and loving relationship with the children. The risk increases if either the partner or parent was abused or neglected as a child. 4. Isolation. Parents who mistreat or abuse their children are more likely to experience feelings of isolation, loneliness, and less social support as compared to other parents. 5. Caring for children with special needs. Children with physical or mental disabilities or chronic illness are especially at risk for abuse. Children with personalities or behaviors that the abuser considers different or unacceptable also face greater risk. Failure to thrive. Failure to thrive is a term that describes infants, babies, or children who are below the norms for body weight, growth, or cognitive development. One of the many known causes for failure to thrive is caregiver neglect. In extreme cases, it can lead to permanent developmental delays and even the death of the child. Many of the mothers of these infants were themselves likely abused as children. What can be done to prevent child abuse? Most abusive parents do not consciously set out to harm their children. If there are more and better efforts to assist troubled families, parents at risk for abusing may be reached and helped before they resort to violence. Prevention is a good investment, in terms of both the personal and social costs that can be 261 saved. There are many ways to prevent abuse, including the following. 6. Parenting education. With education, parents can better understand normal child development and how to have a more nurturing and enjoyable relationship with their children. Positive approaches to parenting can help parents deal with children of any age. Child abuse prevention programs. Abused children tend to repeat the pattern of abuse when they become adults, so identification of potential abusers and prevention are the most effective means to stop the cycle of violence. Supportiveness. If a child tells you, the support worker, about an abusive situation or experience, you need to show the child that you believe her and ensure that the information is promptly reported to the appropriate authorities. Education. Children should know how to recognize and say no to abusive or exploitative behavior and be taught that they have the right to be free from abuse. As a support worker, you can help children and adults find information and assistance to prevent an abusive or neglectful pattern from developing. Supporting Taylor, Understanding Contributing Abuse Factors. Taylor is a 6-year-old boy who was born with fetal alcohol syndrome, c. Chapter 38. His weight is below the average for a child his age, and he has hearing and vision difficulties as well as behavioral problems. You have been assigned to Taylor as his support worker, to assist him with bathing, toileting, and eating. Because of Taylor's frequent verbal outbursts and his tendency to bite, kick, and scratch, his mother has decided to homeschool Taylor. You arrive for your first visit with Taylor in his home, and his mother, a nicely dressed woman, greets you at the door. The house is clean, neat, and stylishly furnished. Her breath smells of alcohol, and there is an open bottle of vodka on the kitchen counter. In the course of your conversation, Taylor's mother tells you that she is a lawyer, and because of Taylor's situation, she plans on practicing law from her home. During this initial visit, while she is showing you around the house, she repeatedly blames her ex-husband for Taylor's condition. She says her ex-husband had a terrible drinking problem. When you meet Taylor, he gives you a big hug and asks you if you can stay all day. He then turns on the television. Because of his hearing and vision difficulties, he needs to sit very close to it, with the volume turned up. Taylor's mother yells at Taylor, telling him, "Turn the," uses a swear word, "TV down." Taylor does so but begins to cry. His mother then asks you to make sure that Taylor keeps quiet while you are with him. Can you identify the factors that might contribute to Taylor's possible mistreatment at home? Abuse of older adults. Older adults are at risk for all types of abuse: physical, sexual, emotional, and financial, as well as neglect. Financial and emotional abuses are most commonly reported by older adults. Abusers are usually family members such as adult children or grandchildren. Often, the abuser is the older adult's primary caregiver. Most abusers of older adults depend on their victims for financial help or housing. 7. For example, an adult son who moves in with his parent after losing his job. Abused older adults sometimes choose not to complain about the abuse. Like abused spouses, they may fear the abuser or may not know where or how to get help. They may fear being forced to move into a long-term care facility if they report their caregiver. Some older adults are not able to report abuse, as they may have physical or mental disabilities. Victims of neglect especially are often unable to report their situation. See Box 16-2. 262. In addition to the factors identified earlier in this chapter, some other factors that might increase an older person's risk for being abused include the following. Stress. Family caregivers are more likely to be abusive when they resent their role. Taking care of an older adult can be extremely stressful, especially when the person receiving care is physically or mentally disabled. If the caregiver is unprepared or unable to fulfill the duties, she can feel overwhelmed. Ageism. Ageism is another cause of abuse. See Chapter 21. Ageism is bias and discrimination against older adults. Caregivers who do not respect the dignity or abilities of older adults are more likely to be abusive. For example, a caregiver who thinks that older adults are incapable of managing money may take control of the person's finances without permission. Financial abuse. Vulnerability. Many of the factors that increase older adults' vulnerability to abuse may also compound the effects of the abuse. According to the Department of Justice for the Government of Canada, older adults are vulnerable to abuse because the following factors may exist. A. Poor living conditions, inadequate housing, geographical isolation. Unemployment, not employed or retired from an employer. Dislocation, new to the area. Racism, prejudice because of skin color. Homophobia, prejudice because of sexual orientation. Disability, physical, mental, or developmental limitations. Economic vulnerability, few financial resources or poverty. Social isolation, lack of language or literacy skills, isolated because of geographical location, inability to speak, read, or write the local language, lack of access to community and health services, lack of access to housing or long-term care facilities, lack of access to the justice system, abuse of clients by healthcare workers. Abuse of clients can happen in a facility or home care setting, and clients can be abused by any member of the healthcare team. In facilities, they can be abused by visitors or a member of the staff. Clients are at risk for all types of abuse: physical, sexual, emotional, and financial, as well as neglect. Abusive situations include using restraints inappropriately, handling the client roughly, isolating the client in his or her room, stealing from the client, not reviewing the care plan regularly, not responding to a call for help, not checking on the client for long periods, and leaving the client lying in soiled linen or clothes. Violating a client's rights is another form of abuse. For example, providing care against the person's wishes, failing to provide privacy, failing to keep personal or medical information confidential, and not letting residents visit or use the phone in private. Abuse can be very obvious, such as roughly handling or force-feeding a client. Or it can be very subtle, not obvious. For example, staff can demean or belittle clients by calling them grandma or slugger, or by referring to their incontinence briefs as diapers. These comments are embarrassing for the client and violate the DIPS principles. Stress can trigger client abuse. As with all abusive relationships, stress sometimes leads to or triggers the abuse of clients. See the Supporting Mrs. Finney, Witnessing Client Abuse box. Some workers may not have received enough training or education to cope with the situations they are put in, or some may have too much work because of too few workers. As well, some clients can be uncooperative or abusive toward the staff. For example, they may hit or yell at the worker. Some workers respond to abusive clients by being abusive to them in return. All agencies have policies about what to do in the case of client abuse. Examples of abusive behaviors from a healthcare worker to a client include the following: threatening to harm the client or trying to scare the client. 263. Denying meal breaks, drinking water, bathroom use, or hand washing facilities. Swearing, name calling, and using racial or cultural slurs. Inappropriate touching. Sexually assaulting or harassing. However, there is no excuse for abusive behavior from a support worker. Sometimes, you will work with difficult clients in stressful situations, and you must recognize when you are feeling stressed. Take time out if you begin to lose your temper. Always treat your clients gently and with respect, even when they resist your care. To prevent your behavior from becoming abusive, immediately discuss difficult or aggressive clients with your supervisor. Your supervisor will help you decide how to handle them. If necessary, you can ask for a change of assignment. See Chapter 7 for a discussion on how to manage stress. Supporting Mrs. Finney, Witnessing Client Abuse. Evelyn Finney is a 65-year-old woman who is a resident in an extended care facility. She has periods of confusion, but she is reasonably coherent most days. She has been in a wheelchair ever since she had a severe stroke 15 years ago and is dependent on supportive care for all of her basic needs. She is often described by the staff that you work with as demanding and manipulative, and you have noticed that she does have specific preferences for how she is bathed, dressed, and fed. This is your first time working evenings at this very busy agency. The nurse in charge seems nice and has asked you to talk to her whenever you have any questions. However, you are expected to be busy assisting the other support workers. You are told by the other support workers that HS, bedtime, care begins at 1830 hours, 6:30 p.m. You are shocked that it begins at such an early hour but decide to go along with the staff. Your coworker Jane, whom you have been partnered with, has been working on evening shifts for the past 25 years. She tells you that Mrs. Finney should be the first resident prepared for bed so that she can get out of your hair. Jane tells you that she is just waiting to retire from her job and that she likes to get everyone in bed early so she can have a decent break. Jane advises you to put an incontinence brief on Mrs. Finney instead of assisting her with toileting, which would require a mechanical lift. Mrs. Finney gets very upset and says loudly that she wants to go in the toilet. Jane steps in and completes putting the brief on Mrs. Finney, telling her that she could just let it go in her diaper all night. When Mrs. Finney tries to wiggle during the application of her incontinence brief, Jane holds her down and says in a loud voice, "Who do you think you are? I am so tired of your acting like a queen. Now stay still, or this will really hurt." All the other residents who would normally be toileted by mechanical lifts have incontinence briefs applied to them as well, although none of the other residents complain. Jane is nice to some of the residents but seems impatient with some others. When you ask her about her behavior toward them, she says, "I remember who gave me a hard time and who didn't." You are shocked and very disturbed by the evening's events but really do not know what to do. What should you have done? What would you do differently next time? Who should you tell? What to do when clients speak of abuse? You should be prepared for the possibility of a client or child telling you about being abused. In such situations, it is important that you support the person and know how to offer immediate help. Follow your employer's guidelines and policies. The following are some general guidelines on how to be supportive. Listen attentively. Let your clients tell you what happened in their own words. Recognize their feelings. Reassure the clients that you believe what they have said. Stay calm and do not show anger or 264 disgust. Do not deny or ignore the problem. Do not ask what they did to make their abusers angry. Such questions only make the victims think that the abuse was their fault. Assure your clients that you will do what you can to help. Notify your supervisor at once. Your employer's guidelines and policies will note what should be provided to people who are living with abuse. Helpful community resources include the police, women's shelters, counseling services, telephone helplines, and legal clinics. Provide emotional support to your clients no matter what they decide to do. Remember, you cannot force adults to make a certain decision or take a particular action. People who are capable of making their own informed decisions have the right to decide for themselves whether to live with the abuse or to accept help. Some people choose not to accept help. This choice is their right, and you must accept their decision. People who are not capable of making informed decisions must get the help of a professional. Your legal responsibilities in reporting abuse. Every Canadian province and territory has legislation that imposes a duty on members of the public and professional organizations to report cases in which they have reasonable grounds to suspect that a child, a person with physical or mental challenges, or an older adult is being abused by a parent, adult child, caregiver, or guardian. As a support worker, you have this obligation as well. Some people think that abuse is a private family matter, and it should remain behind closed doors. Others believe that they cannot do anything about it, so they should not even try. Neither belief is true. If you have reasonable grounds to suspect that someone is being abused or neglected, promptly report your concerns to the Child Welfare Agency, the provincial or territorial social services department, or the police force in your community. If necessary, the report can be made anonymously. Reporting is not difficult or time-consuming. In all cases, the person reporting is protected from any kind of legal action, provided the report is not falsely made and motivated by malice. Suspected child abuse. If you witness or even suspect child abuse, you must report it directly to child protection authorities. Look up your local child welfare agency or social service agency online. Your name will be kept confidential. Do not rely on your supervisor to make the report for you. However, consult with your supervisor and get advice before making your report. In some provinces, failing to report child abuse can result in fines or imprisonment. Suspected older adult abuse. All provinces and territories have laws that require healthcare workers to report witnessed or suspected abuse of older adults or those with disabilities within facilities. In these provinces, workers must report abuse directly to a public authority. Even if your province or territory does not require public reporting, inform your supervisor about any cases or suspicions of abuse. Be sure to write down your observations, including as many details as you can, and keep this information in a safe place. It will help you remember details, if needed, in the future. Know your employer's policy and provincial or territorial law concerning the reporting of abuse within a facility. In Canada, the Department of Justice has a fact sheet that describes what constitutes abuse of older adults. It is understood that mentally capable adults can make their own choices and decisions about seeking help. However, immediately report your suspicions to your supervisor, according to your employer's policies. How to report abuse. Your employer will have specific rules regarding how to report your observations. It is very important to record all your observations and make your reports in writing. Keep all your notes in case you are asked to remember details later on. In general, when you report abuse whether to your supervisor or to a public authority, you should record the following: the alleged victim's name, address, phone number, age, and gender. 265. The alleged abuser's name, address, phone number, and relationship to the victim. Description of abuse or neglect, suspicions, and evidence obtained to date, the date, time, and place. Only the facts that you know or were told by the victim. Do not make assumptions. Whenever you report your suspicions, it is essential that you respect and protect your client's right to privacy. Tell only those who need to know. Do not gossip or tell anyone who is not directly involved. Where to go for services. Contact these local organizations when abuse is suspected or recognized. Child Welfare Agency, Social Services Agency, Police Department, Hospital, Mental Health Center, Distress Center, other community service organization that provides counseling and support to children and families. Many of these organizations are listed online or among the emergency telephone numbers on or near the first page of a local telephone directory. Children who want help can also directly call the Kids Help phone at 1-800-668-6868. Abuse of healthcare workers. Sometimes, healthcare workers, including support workers, are abused while on the job. You are at risk for physical or verbal abuse from your clients, your clients' family members, or other members of the healthcare team. Abuse of healthcare workers by clients. Healthcare workers are especially at risk for abuse when they work with clients who have a mental health disorder or a condition that affects behavior, such as schizophrenia or dementia. See chapters 35 and 36. Clients who are addicted to drugs or alcohol, who have a history of abusive behavior, or who are being placed in restraints are also more likely to be abusive toward you. Some clients are cognitively impaired and no longer have the ability to verbalize their feelings. Those clients may become aggressive because they are cold, uncomfortable, or ill. See Chapter 36. They are demonstrating responsive behaviors to how they are feeling when they are unable to tell you. Staff abuse by clients should never be ignored or accepted as part of the job. Your employer will have policies on dealing with abusive clients. Think about safety. What to do when a client is abusive. Box lists general safety measures to follow when dealing with abusive clients. Examples of abusive behaviors by the cognitively aware client include the following: swearing, name-calling, and using racial or cultural slurs. Hitting, pushing, kicking, spitting, biting, pinching, or other physical attacks. Inappropriate touching. Following you home or finding out your phone number and calling you at home. Think about safety. What to do when a client is abusive. Stay calm. Stand up so that the client is not in a dominant position. Stand far enough away from the client, about 2 meters 6 feet, so that the client cannot hit or kick you. Position yourself close to a door in case you have to escape quickly. Note the locations of call bells, alarms, closed circuit monitors, and other security devices. Keep your hands free. Do not touch the client. Listen to the client. Restate what the client says in your own words. Talk to the client calmly. Do not raise your voice or argue, scold, or interrupt the client. Be polite and positive. Avoid such comments as "calm down" or "you have no reason to be mad at me." Instead, acknowledge the client's frustrations, and tell the client you will get your supervisor to intervene. Watch the client's body language, including shaking, or clenching fists or a change in posture. Body language may indicate that the client is ready to hit or push. If you are in a facility, tell the client that you will get a nurse to intervene. Make sure that the client is safe, and quickly leave the room. Tell the nurse or the security officer about the situation. If you cannot leave and you suspect the client is going to lose control, sound a call bell, alarm, or other security device. If you are in a client's home, leave the house if you think you are in danger. Go to a safe place and immediately call your supervisor. If you cannot leave the house and you feel threatened, call the police by dialing 911. Complete an incident report after an abusive encounter. See Chapter 22 for an example of an incident report. In Chapter 36, the Think about safety, ABCDs of managing responsive or challenging behaviors box has examples of different types of disruptive behaviors and ways to de-escalate most situations. The sexually aggressive client. Some clients want the healthcare team members to help meet their sexual needs, so they may flirt or make sexual advances or comments. Some may even expose themselves to, masturbate in front of, or inappropriately touch healthcare workers. Often, there are reasons for such behaviors, and they may be more common among clients who are cognitively impaired. Understanding the reasons behind the actions helps you deal with the problem. See Chapter 36. Changes in a client's mental condition can reduce the social filtering that usually stops a person from acting on sexual urges in public. Sexual behavior in a client is usually not intended to be abusive, but it still must be dealt with, and you must notify your supervisor if a client makes sexual advances toward you. Clients who are cognitively aware and displaying aggressive or sexually aggressive behaviors can embarrass or even anger the support worker. Sometimes, clients do not have any mental or physical 266 problems that cause sexual aggression but behave aggressively for other reasons. They may touch their healthcare workers because they have unmet needs for love and belonging or self-esteem and are feeling lonely or unloved. For example, a divorced client may behave sexually toward you because he wants to prove that he is attractive and can perform sexually. Remember that you must be professional in these situations. Ask the client not to touch you, telling him where you were touched. Tell the client that you will not do what he wants. Tell the client that his behavior makes you uncomfortable. Politely ask the client not to act in that way. If you feel your safety is at risk, leave the client's room or house. Call your supervisor. Tell your supervisor about what happened. He can help you decide if further action is necessary. If you are uncomfortable being with the client, you have the right to ask to be assigned to another client. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment, a form of sexual abuse, happens in the workplace when clients, their families, or coworkers make sexual comments, gestures, threats, or suggestions. If another person's behavior offends you or makes you uncomfortable while you are at work, it is harassment. Sexual harassment is not only directed toward women, it can also be directed toward men, especially in a female-dominated workplace. If a coworker's comments make you uncomfortable, you must remember that it is your responsibility to firmly but politely explain to the person that her conduct is unwelcome and unacceptable. Never assume that she knows that you do not approve of 267 this behavior. Be assertive but never rude. Most people stop the harassing behavior once they realize it is unacceptable. Try to have a reliable witness when you make your objections, and always make a note of the details when and where it happened and what was said. Keep this documentation in a safe place so that you will have a record if it ever happens again. If the harassment continues, tell your supervisor about it. In Canada, employers are legally required to prevent sexual harassment at work. All employers have policies on how to deal with sexual aggression and harassment. Workplace bullying. In Chapter 5, workplace etiquette was defined as professional, ethical, friendly, and respectful behavior toward all staff and coworkers at all times. While many workplaces strive to create a friendly and respectful atmosphere, other workplaces have allowed staff members to bully and be disrespectful, rude, and hurtful toward some of their coworkers. Workplace bullying manifests as acts or verbal comments that could mentally hurt or isolate a person in the workplace. 9. Sometimes bullying is obvious, but other times, it can be very subtle. In Canada, it is the duty of employers to protect employees from risks at work. These risks include harm from both physical and mental health aspects. Box 16-3. It should be remembered that it is not just the character of the incidents but the number, frequency, and especially the pattern that can reveal bullying or harassment. Healthcare workers feeling bullied may also compromise client safety. 10. Box 16-3. Effects of bullying in the workplace. People who are the targets of bullying may experience a range of effects, including anger, Feelings of frustration or helplessness. Increased sense of vulnerability. Loss of confidence. Physical symptoms such as loss of sleep or appetite. Psychosomatic symptoms such as stomach pains or headaches. Panic or anxiety, especially about going to work. Family tension and stress. Inability to concentrate. Low morale and productivity. Bullying can affect the entire workplace and can lead to the following: increased absenteeism, increased turnover, increased stress, increased costs for employee assistance programs, recruitment, and so on, increased risk for accidents and incidents, decreased motivation and staff morale, decreased quality of client care. Source: excerpted from Canadian Centre for Occupational Health and Safety. 2014, Bullying in the Workplace. Retrieved from http://www.ccohs.ca/oshanswers/bullying.html. If you feel that you are being bullied, discriminated against, victimized, or subjected to any form of harassment, you need to firmly tell the person that her behavior is not acceptable and ask her to stop. You can ask a supervisor or union member to be with you when you approach the person. Other important actions include the following. 9. Keep a factual journal of daily events. Record the date, time, and event in as much detail as possible, including the effect the event had on you. You also need to include the names of witnesses. Keep copies of any letters, memos, emails, faxes, and so on received from the person. Report the harassment to the person identified in your workplace policy, your supervisor, or a delegated manager. If your concerns are minimized, proceed to the next level of management. Do not retaliate. You may end up looking like the perpetrator and will most certainly cause confusion for those responsible for evaluating and responding to the situation. 268. Chapter Review. Key points. All clients have the right to safe, respectful care. Abuse results when physical or mental harm is caused by someone in a position of trust, such as a family member, a partner, or a caregiver. The main types of abuse include 1. Physical, 2. Sexual, 3. Emotional, 4. Financial, and 5. Neglect. Abuse occurs repeatedly, as the abuser tries to dominate the victim. The 3 phases in the cycle of abuse are: 1. The tension building phase, 2. The abusive phase, and 3. The honeymoon phase. All healthcare workers should be aware of the signs and symptoms of abuse in both adults and children. See pages 258 to 259. People at highest risk for abuse are: 1. Marginalized people, especially women, 2. Children, 3. Older adults, 4. Socially or geographically isolated older adults, 5. Older adults with reduced cognitive capacity, 6. Dependent older adults with disabilities, and 7. Older adults cared for by people with substance abuse problems. Situations that increase the risk for child abuse include: 1. Family crisis, 2. Presence of non-biological or transient parental partners, 3. isolation, and 4. Caring for children with special needs. All healthcare workers should be aware of what to do if they suspect that one of their clients has been abused or if a client admits to being abused. 1. Follow your employer's rules on how to report your observations. 2. Record all your observations and make your reports in writing. And 3. Keep all notes in case you are asked to remember details in the future. When reporting abuse, record only the facts you know or were told by the alleged victim. Do not make assumptions. Record the following: 1. The alleged victim's name, address, phone number, age, and gender. 2. The alleged abuser's name, address, phone number, and relationship to the victim. 3. Your description of abuse or neglect, suspicions, and evidence obtained. 4. The date, time, and place of the abuse. When reporting abuse, it is essential to respect and protect your client's right to privacy. Tell only those who need to know. Do not gossip or tell anyone who is not directly involved. Healthcare workers should be aware of how to reduce the chances of being injured in an abusive situation involving a client. See pages 265 to 266. Bullying in the workplace can have very negative effects on staff. It is the employer's duty to protect employees from risks at work. Critical thinking in practice. Ms. Hild has experienced urinary incontinence and chewing and swallowing problems since her stroke. When speaking to Ms. Hild, a coworker uses the term diaper to describe her incontinence product and bib for her clothing protector. The same coworker wipes spilled food from Ms. Hild's face with a spoon and threatens to withhold privileges if she does not finish meals. How will you respond to your coworker's statements and actions? What are your responsibilities if you witness this behavior? Explain why it is important to treat the person as an adult and not a child. Review questions. Answers to these questions are at the bottom of page 270. Circle the best answer. 1. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms applies to A. Citizens of Canada. B. Visitors to Canada. C. New immigrants. D. All of the above. 2. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms states that A. Canada values equality and diversity. B. No one should be abused or has the right to treat others unfairly. C. People who are in jail have no rights. D. A and B. 269. 3. Which example of abuse is considered to be physical abuse? A. Calling the person worthless. B. Taking away access to banking information. C. Not allowing the thermostat to be turned up on very cold days. D. Withholding affection. 4. In which phase during the cycle of abuse does the abuser seem loving and attentive? A. Honeymoon phase. B. Resolution phase. C. Tension building phase. D. Abusive incident. 5. Who are more likely to be abusive? A. Women. B. Men. C. People who have a problem with alcohol or drugs. D. Parents with close family and social relationships. 6. Which statement about spousal abuse is true? A. You are obligated to press charges against your abusive spouse. B. Abuse involves only violence. C. Women and men can be abused. D. Only one type of abuse is usually present. 7. Which statement about child abuse is true? A. You must have proof that abuse has occurred before you report it. B. All victims of child abuse are girls. C. You must report any suspicions of child abuse directly to the child protection authorities. D. Infants are not at risk for child abuse. 8. Children who are both physically and emotionally abused exhibit A. More delinquency. B. Greater resilience with their problems. C. Fewer emotional problems. D. Better grades and school attendance. 9. A parent's not providing adequate medical or dental care is called A. Emotional abuse. B. Emotional neglect. C. Physical abuse. D. Physical neglect. 10. You suspect that a child client is being abused. What should you do? A. Report your concerns to your supervisor. B. Tell your best friend. C. Tell the child's parents. D. Report your concerns to the kids' help phone. 11. Which of the following is an example of abuse of a client? A. Inappropriate use of restraints. B. Reviewing the care plan regularly. C. Responding to a call bell before taking a coffee break. D. Asking clients to try to wash their faces themselves. 12. When confronted by an abusive client, you should A. Stand next to the person. B. Stand about 1 meter 3 feet away from the person. C. Sharply tell the person to stop. D. Quickly leave the room or house if you think you are in danger. 13. Which is a sign of physical abuse? A. Stiff and sore joints. B. Old bruises and new bruises. C. Fresh fruit in the fridge. D. Confusion and dementia. 14. Intense fear of bathing or perineal care may be a sign of A. Physical abuse. B. Emotional abuse. C. Sexual abuse. D. Neglect. 270. 15. Which of the following is a sign of emotional abuse? A. Isolation from family and friends. B. Bills that are not paid. C. Taking the older adult to the doctor. D. Pressure sores. 16. Mr. DL states, my daughter won't give me food until I give her my pension check. This is a sign of A. Financial abuse. B. Emotional abuse. C. Neglect. D. Physical abuse. 17. You suspect an adult client is being abused. What should you do? A. Call the police. B. Tell the family. C. Tell your supervisor. D. Ask the person if he or she is being abused. Answers: 1.D, 2.D, 3.C, 4.A, 5.C, 6.C, 7.C, 8.A, 9.D, 10.A, 11.A, 12.D, 13.B, 14.C, 15.A, 16.A, 17.C. Chapter opener image, Barbara Sauter / Shutterstalk.com.
Uganda 21, thank you, dear. Thank you, sis. Yung sa delirium. Mhm.
Chapter 3. Disorientation, delirium, and dementia. Objectives. After reading this chapter, the learner should be able to do the following. Describe disorientation, delirium, and dementia and their causes. Differentiate between normal and abnormal mental changes related to aging. List measures that help clients who are disoriented. Differentiate among disorientation, delirium, and dementia. Describe dementia and its signs and symptoms. Explain why depression is often associated with dementia. List different forms of and causes of dementia. Describe the common stages of dementia. Describe how to support a client with dementia. List examples of challenging or responsive behaviors and possible causes. Describe how caring for family members with dementia can affect primary caregivers. Apply the principles learned in this chapter to the care and support of clients with disorientation, delirium, or dementia. 804. Key terms. Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, ADRD. A progressive, degenerative disease that gradually destroys nerve cells, neurons, in most areas of the brain and causes thinking and memory to become seriously impaired, the most common form of dementia. P810. Apathy. An absence of emotional feeling, which appears as indifference. P807. Apraxia. Impairment of the skilled motor system, resulting in the loss of being able to perform learned, purposeful movements, including activities of daily living, bathing, brushing teeth, and so on. P809. Cognitive function. Brain function involving the memory, thinking, reasoning, understanding, judgment, and behavior functions of the brain. P805. Cognitive impairment. The loss of the ability to remember, think, reason, understand, or live independently. P805. Confusion. See disorientation. P805. Queuing. Providing of prompts in order to assist a client to complete a task. This prompting can be in the form of hand gestures, facial expressions, or verbal phrases. P818. Delirium. A state of temporary mental disorientation that can occur suddenly. P806. Dementia. A general term that describes the progressive loss of brain functions, which include cognitive and social functions. It is not a single disease but a group of illnesses that involve memory, behavior, learning, and communication. Dementia is categorized as being either a mild or major neurocognitive disorder, depending on its symptoms. P808. Disorientation. Mental confusion, or an impaired ability to recall people, time, or places as a result of, or any combination of, physiological changes to the brain, disease process, or substance-induced factors. Also known as confusion. P805. Euphoria. An exaggerated or abnormal expression of physical or emotional well-being that is not based on reality or truth. P807. Gentle persuasive approaches, GPA. A program designed to train direct care providers in techniques to handle and reduce difficult responsive behaviors, example grabbing, biting, and hitting, that are associated with dementia such as Alzheimer's disease to prepare the care providers for vulnerable care situations and for avoiding potential workplace injury. P829. Hoarding. Collecting things and putting them away in a guarded manner. P833. Neurocognitive disorder. A significant decline in attention, functioning, learning, memory, language, deliberate motor movement, and social functioning. P808. Primary dementia. Dementia that does not result from any other disease. P810. Pseudodementia. False, pseudo, dementia. Pseudodementia occurs when severe depression causes cognitive changes that mimic dementia. P814. Secondary dementia. Dementia that occurs as a result of a physical disease, ingestion of damaging substances, or injury. P810. Sundowning. A condition in which the signs, symptoms, and behaviors of dementia increase at bedtime or during hours of darkness. P830. Validation therapy. A type of therapy for people with dementia that focuses on empathy and advocates accepting the affected person's perception of reality. P828. Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. A brain disorder that is caused by lack of thiamine, vitamin B1, affects the nervous system, including the brain, and is usually associated with heavy alcohol consumption over a long period. P813. Chapter 35 discussed mental health disorders, most of which involve changes in the brain's function which usually occur in late childhood or early adulthood due to chemical imbalances or lifestyle choices. This chapter addresses the changes in behavior that take place over time as the brain is affected by aging, illness, or, again, lifestyle. Although some changes in the nervous system, including the brain, occur normally with aging. Box 36-1, some other changes are caused by disease. This chapter addresses disorientation, delirium, and dementia. Box 36-1. Normal changes in the nervous system associated with aging. Brain cells are lost. Nerve conduction slows. Response and reaction times are slower. Reflexes are slower. Vision and hearing decrease. Taste and smell decrease. Touch and sensitivity to pain decrease. Blood flow to the brain is reduced. Changes in sleep patterns occur. Mild word-finding problems occur. The section on managing challenging or responsive behaviors near the end of this chapter describes some of the behaviors exhibited by people with 805 dementia and suggests ways that caregivers can safely and respectfully support clients who demonstrate these disruptive and responsive behaviors. You should be aware that disorientation, delirium, and dementia are not a normal part of aging. The reasons a person may develop disorientation, delirium, or dementia are discussed in this chapter. Diseases that affect the brain can affect cognitive function. The term cognitive relates to brain or mind. Cognitive functioning involves the following functions of the brain: memory, thinking, reasoning, ability to understand, judgment, behavior. Loss of cognitive function affects all dimensions of a person's life. The state of having lost the ability to remember, think, reason, understand, or live independently is referred to as cognitive impairment. Disorientation. Disorientation, also called confusion, is the term for an impaired ability to recall people, time, or places as a result of, or any combination of, physiological changes to the brain, disease process, or substance-induced factors. In most circumstances, disorientation is a symptom of an underlying medical condition such as depression, electrolyte imbalance, or even a brain tumor. The word disorientation is a generic descriptive term, and refers only to the client's disturbed orientation to people, time, or places. Disorientation can occur suddenly, such as after ingesting too much alcohol, or over a long period, such as when it is associated with a mental health disorder. Disorientation is usually more common in older adults but can also occur in younger people. Disorientation can be reversible or not reversible, depending on its causes. Disorientation that is permanent is caused by physical changes to the structure of the brain and is called non-reversible dementia. Dementia is the main focus of this chapter. Disorientation that is reversible can occur during hospitalization or in other unfamiliar surroundings, or when clients are in pain, have electrolyte imbalance, or are suffering from lack of sleep. Disorientation that occurs suddenly and usually without warning is called delirium and is also discussed later in this chapter. Delirium can be caused by an infection in the body, such as a urinary tract infection (UTI), an extreme lack of sleep, an electrolyte imbalance, from a bout of influenza, for example, certain drugs, a combination of prescription and over-the-counter medications, or a toxic amount of these drugs. It is important that people who experience sudden disorientation without a known cause be seen by a physician. For example, sudden disorientation resulting from a stroke needs to be treated medically within hours, or else it could result in permanent cognitive, mental, or physical disorders or even death. People with disorientation often exhibit behavior changes and may be angry, restless, depressed, or irritable. Some disoriented people may behave aggressively. Other signs and symptoms of disorientation include the following: anxiety, tremors, hallucinations. P831. Delusions. P831. 806. Decline in level of consciousness. Disorganized thinking and speech. Attention problems. Causes of disorientation. UTI, one of the main causes. Alcohol intoxication. Low blood sugar. Head trauma or head injury. Concussion. Fluid and electrolyte imbalance. Nutritional deficiencies, particularly niacin, thiamine, vitamin C, or vitamin B12. Fever. Sudden drop in body temperature, hypothermia. Low levels of oxygen, example from chronic lung disorders. Medications. Infections. Brain tumor. Certain physiological illnesses, especially in older adults, see Chapter 37. Certain mental health illnesses such as clinical depression or schizophrenia, see Chapter 35. Sleep deprivation, loss. Seizures. Diagnosing disorientation, delirium, and dementia. People with ongoing disorientation that has come on gradually, over weeks, months, or years, need to see a doctor to have the problem evaluated. The doctor will perform a physical examination and ask questions to determine if the client has any of the following signs or symptoms of disorientation. Getting days and nights mixed up. Being awake during usual sleep time. Not recognizing people. Not knowing where one is. Not knowing the date and time. Not answering simple questions appropriately. Having persistent feelings of disorientation or repeated episodes of disorientation.
Shit, sorry.
Having disorientation that is rapidly getting worse. Having disorientation that comes and goes. In addition, the doctor will ask about other conditions that may trigger disorientation, such as the following. Recent illness such as the flu. Difficulty with urinating. Recent head injury. Diabetes. Lung disorder. Medication errors, such as taking medications in the wrong combination or not as directed. Exposure to other drugs or alcohol. The physical examination will include a thorough evaluation of the nervous system, including the brain. The doctor may also perform neurological cognitive tests, magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, of the head, blood, and urine tests, and an electroencephalogram, EEG, depending on the signs and symptoms. After the necessary tests, the doctor may be able to identify the cause of the disorientation and will determine if it is a symptom of a persistent illness such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, that of a permanent disorder, see Chapter 37. P 861, and Supporting Mrs. Thomas, Part I, certain illnesses can cause dementia, on the next page, or that of an acute condition such as delirium. Ways to minimize or prevent disorientation. Although some types of disorientation cannot be prevented, other types can be prevented through good health practices and lifestyle choices such as the following. Getting regular hours of sleep. Eating a balanced diet that has plenty of vitamins and minerals. Not drinking alcohol in excess. Keeping careful control of blood sugar if diabetes is present. Not smoking. Supporting Mrs. Thomas, Part I, certain illnesses can cause dementia. Eileen Thomas is a 68-year-old woman who lives with her husband in her own home. She was a chronic smoker for 40 years but quit 2 years ago, when she was diagnosed with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. Mrs. Thomas's husband reports to their family doctor that recently she seems confused. She has been leaving the stove on, forgetting to turn off the tap in the kitchen sink, and so on. Mrs. Thomas's doctor tells the family that because of her long-term smoking and other health issues, she has hardening of the arteries, atherosclerosis, which prevents oxygen from going to her brain in the normal manner. Although she is put on medication, her family is told that her condition cannot be cured and that she has dementia. As a support worker, you are to assist Mrs. Thomas with bathing and cooking meals, and her husband now buys the groceries for the family. You need to monitor her for unsafe behaviors and report your observations to your supervisor. Delirium. Disorientation that occurs suddenly is called delirium, a condition of severe disorientation and 807 rapid changes in brain function. It is usually caused by a treatable physical or mental health disorder. It is often temporary and disappears once the illness has been treated. It can occur due to a reaction to medications, infection, or other illness, poor nutrition, food poisoning, dehydration, or emotional trauma. Major life changes such as the death of a loved one or a move into a facility can also cause delirium. Delirium should always be treated as an emergency. It often is the first or only sign of a physical disorder in older adults and in people with dementia. If you observe any sudden occurrence of signs and symptoms of delirium, inform your supervisor at once. The cause of the delirium needs to be determined, and the delirium needs to be treated immediately. In many cases, such as with stroke, the symptoms can become permanent or could progress and cause death. Signs and symptoms of delirium. Delirium involves a rapid alternation between mental states. For example, someone with delirium may become drowsy, then agitated, and then drowsy again. Other signs and symptoms include the following: attention disturbance, such as an inability to maintain goal-directed, purposeful thinking or behavior, or difficulty concentrating. Incoherent speech and inability to stop speech patterns or behaviors. Disorientation to time or place. Changes in sensation and perception, which increases the disorientation. Sign of illusions or hallucinations. Altered level of consciousness or awareness. Altered sleep patterns, drowsiness. Levels of alertness may vary. The client is usually more alert in the morning and less alert at night, drowsiness. Decrease in short-term memory and recall. Changes in motor activities, movement. Emotional or personality changes, such as anxiety, anger. Apathy, appearance of indifference, depression. Euphoria, exaggerated expression of well-being, or irritability. Diagnosis and treatment of delirium. The client with delirium should be seen as soon as possible by a physician, who will most likely order blood work, including blood and alcohol levels, e.g., computed tomography, CT, or MRI scanning of the client's head, chest X-ray, or a lumbar puncture, spinal tap, to determine the cause of the delirium. The client is usually admitted to a hospital and treated as an inpatient. Acute disorders that cause delirium may coexist with chronic disorders that cause dementia. The goal of treatment is to control or reverse the cause of the symptoms, and treatment depends on the specific condition causing delirium. Sometimes, treatment requires stopping medications or alcohol consumption. Disorders that contributed to disorientation, for example, heart failure, decreased oxygen, or psychiatric conditions, such as depression, will be treated. Successful early treatment for 808 coexisting medical and psychiatric disorders often greatly improves mental functioning. Some clients may require medications to control their aggressive, agitated behaviors or behaviors that are dangerous to themselves or to others. Medications are usually given in very low doses, with adjustments made as needed. For some clients, admission to a psychiatric facility may be necessary, especially if the dangerous behaviors continue. See the Supporting Mrs. Thomas, Part 2, Recognizing Delirium and Acting Quickly box. Supporting Mrs. Thomas, Part 2, Recognizing Delirium and Acting Quickly. Mrs. Thomas has been your client for several months now, and although she has occasionally displayed unsafe behaviors such as leaving the stove on, her condition has remained unchanged. On a particular day recently, Mrs. Thomas was acting completely differently. When you arrived, you found that she was very drowsy, then she woke up, became very tearful and agitated, threw some dishes on the floor, and finally fell asleep on the sofa. As her support worker, you were understandably concerned, so you immediately notified your supervisor. Your supervisor advised you to call 9-1-1 and to accompany Mrs. Thomas to the hospital. The paramedics examined Mrs. Thomas and rushed her to the hospital by ambulance. At the hospital, it was found that the cause of this sudden, erratic behavior was viral meningitis. The doctors expected that Mrs. Thomas would recover completely to her pre-meningitis state. Dementia. Dementia is a general term that describes the progressive loss of brain functions, including cognitive and social functions. It is not a single disease but a group of illnesses that involve memory, behavior, learning, decision-making, and communication. Dementia is not a normal part of aging. In fact, most older adults do not have dementia. While dementia can affect people in their 40s and 50s, it is more common after 65 years of age. Dementia affects a person's ability to perform complex as well as simple tasks. Usually, dementia starts slowly and progresses gradually to a worse state. Problems with complex tasks such as driving, managing money, planning meals, and working appear first. Over time, problems occur with simple tasks, such as bathing, dressing, eating, using the toilet, and walking. Everyday skills are eventually lost. When it is diagnosed, dementia is then categorized as either a mild or major neurocognitive disorder, depending on the extent of loss of cognitive and social functioning. A neurocognitive disorder is a disorder associated with dementia based on the extent of the client's decline in attention, functioning, learning, memory, language, deliberate motor movement, and social functioning. There are many different forms and causes of dementia. Sometimes, dementia is caused by conditions that are treatable, in which case the dementia is usually reversed, cured, or slowed. See Box 36-2 for a detailed list of signs and symptoms of dementia. Box 36-2. Signs and symptoms of dementia. Early warning signs of dementia. Memory loss that affects daily activities, example misplacing items or putting them in odd places. Disorientation, example getting lost in familiar places or forgetting how to use simple, everyday items such as a microwave. Repeating words or sentences, problems finding the right words or following conversations. Poor judgment, example going outdoors in the snow without shoes. Problems with common tasks, example dressing, cooking, driving. Changes in mood, behavior, or personality, example unfounded jealousy, suspiciousness, or poor social behavior. Loss of interest in activities or hobbies, example an avid gardener now letting weeds overrun the garden. Signs of progression of dementia. Forgetting recent events. Forgetting simple directions. Forgetting conversations. Forgetting appointments. Forgetting names, including those of family members. Forgetting the names of everyday things, example clock, radio, TV, and so on. Forgetting words. Substituting unusual words and names for forgotten ones. Loss of train of thought. Forgetting English, if it was a second language, and speaking only in the native language. Cursing or swearing. Misplacing items. Putting things in odd places. Having difficulty using debit cards, writing checks, or balancing checkbooks. Giving away large amounts of money. Not recognizing or understanding numbers. Having difficulty following conversations. Having difficulty reading. Having difficulty writing. Becoming lost even in familiar settings. Forgetting where they are. Wandering from home. Not knowing how to get back home. Not being able to tell or understand time. Not being able to tell or understand dates. Not being able to handle everyday tasks, example leaving the iron or stove burners on, leaving the food burning on the stove, and so on. Impairment of the skilled motor system, resulting in the loss of the ability to perform learned, purposeful movements, including activities of daily living, ADLS, such as bathing, brushing teeth, and so on. This motor system impairment is called apraxia. Distrusting others. Being stubborn. Withdrawing from society. Being restless. Becoming suspicious. Becoming fearful. Not wanting to do things. Sleeping more than usual. Treatable, or reversible, forms of dementia. Dementias that may be treated and sometimes reversed, usually referred to as disorientation, are caused by the following. Metabolic problems. An underactive thyroid gland can lead to disorientation or to delirium, both of which can be reversed when the thyroid condition is corrected. Low blood sugar, hypoglycemia, can cause disorientation or dementia if untreated. Abnormal sodium or calcium levels in the body can cause mental changes. Brain injury. Some brain injuries result in internal bleeding in the skull, which can cause a rapid onset of dementia symptoms. Without prompt detention and surgery to correct the bleeding, the client would most likely die or have permanent changes to cognitive function. Brain tumor. Delirium or dementia may result from a brain tumor, depending on the location, 809 size, and type of tumor. Surgery or key vitamins B1, B3, or B12 can contribute to dementia-like mental impairment. Infections. Many infections, example UTI, an infected wound, or tuberculosis, can cause disorientation or delirium, which can be reversible if treated. However, in many cases, infections can go unreported because the client's disorientation is mistaken for an irreversible type of dementia. Poisoning. Environmental exposure and ingestion of lead and other heavy metals, or abuse of cognitive and behavior, often mistaken for dementia. 800. Most forms of dementia cannot be reversed and have no prevention or cure. But their effectiveness depends on the client's situation and the type of dementia. Irreversible dementia eventually interferes with all ADLS and will, unfortunately, contribute to the client's death. See the Supporting Mrs. Thomas, Part 3, The Impact of Dementia on a Family box. Supporting Mrs. Thomas, Part 3, The Impact of Dementia on a Family. Mrs. Thomas has fully recovered and returned to her pre-meningitis state, but she is becoming increasingly. Last week, you noticed that she needed help with buttoning up her clothing while she was getting dressed. Mrs. Thomas herself mentioned to you that she forgot to undo her pants when she had to go to the washroom and soiled herself. On your last 2 visits, she did not recognize you but could read your name tag. Earlier this week, her husband told you that she did not recognize him when he was helping her undress for bedtime and started punching him, accusing him of trying to molest her. She also started to yell at her reflection in the mirror because she did not recognize herself. Her husband took her to her doctor, and after numerous tests, the doctor told Mr. and Mrs. Thomas that her dementia was probably due to Alzheimer's disease. The doctor said that Mrs. Thomas's symptoms had progressed at a very rapid rate and her cognition would probably decline quickly. Mrs. Thomas's husband was very upset about the diagnosis. The couple had made plans to drive across Canada to visit their children and their grandchildren. Mr. Thomas told you that he was very grateful for your support in his wife's care. Primary dementias. Dementias that are irreversible can be identified as either as primary dementias, which do not result from any other disease, or secondary dementias, which occur as a result of a physical disease or injury. The most common examples of primary dementias are discussed below. Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. The most common form of dementia. Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, ADRD, account for over 64% of all dementias in Canadians. 1. ADRD are primary disorders of the brain, they are not caused by another illness or disease. Depending on its extent, it can be categorized as either a minor or major neurocognitive disorder. 2. Dr. Alois Alzheimer first identified Alzheimer's disease in 1906. The two distinguishing characteristics he found were 1. Plaques, deposits in the brain that become toxic to brain cells at excessive levels, and 2. Tangles, which interfere with vital processes and eventually choke off living cells. 3. The brain physically shrinks as these brain cells die, and ultimately how the brain functions is affected. 3. What happens in ADRD is that the nerve cells in the brain become sick and progressively less and less able to pass on messages to other nerve cells, and eventually these cells die. It is the loss of connectivity, the ability of one cell to communicate with another, which occurs long before the cells die, that is responsible for the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. 4. ADRD usually occurs after age 65 years and is often diagnosed after 80. However, it can also affect people in their 40s and 50s. Currently, ADRD has no cure, but there are some medications that can slow its progress. The cause of ADRD is unknown, but a family history of ADRD is a known risk factor. 3. The progression, i.e., the rate of decline of cognitive functioning, of ADRD varies from client to client and can span from 3 to 20 years. On average, people live with the disease between 8 and 12 years. The progression can be described as a series of stages. These stages, c. p. 815, provide a guide to the pattern of the disease and help caregivers make care decisions. 811. Warning signs of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. The Alzheimer's Society of Canada has developed the following list of signs to look for when Alzheimer's disease is suspected. It is important for the person exhibiting these signs to be examined by a physician. 5. 1. Memory loss affecting day-to-day abilities, forgetting things often or struggling to retain new information. 2. Difficulty performing familiar tasks, forgetting how to do something you have been doing your whole life, such as preparing a meal or getting dressed. 3. Problems with language, forgetting words or substituting words that do not fit the context. 4. Disorientation in time and space, not knowing what day of the week it is or getting lost in a familiar place. 5. Impaired judgment, not recognizing a medical problem that needs attention or wearing light clothing on a cold day. 6. Problems with abstract thinking, not understanding what numbers signify on a calculator, for example, or how they are used. 7. Misplacing things, putting things in strange places, like an iron in the freezer or a wristwatch in the sugar bowl. 8. Changes in mood and behavior, for example, going from being easygoing to quick-tempered. 9. Changes in personality, behaving out of character, such as feeling paranoid or threatened. 10. Loss of initiative, losing interest in friends, family, and favorite activities. Vascular dementia. Vascular dementia, sometimes known as multi-infarct dementia, is one of the most common forms of dementia, second only to Alzheimer's disease in older adults. Vascular dementia is caused by chronic, reduced blood flow to the brain, usually as the result of a stroke or series of strokes. In many cases, The strokes are so small that symptoms may not be noticeable. These strokes are known as silent strokes or transient ischemic attacks, TIAs. Over time, the damage adds up, leading to memory loss, disorientation, and other signs of dementia. Research has shown that there is a real connection between heart health and brain health, and heart problems such as dysrhythmia, problems with the heart's rhythm, have been shown to cause strokes. Vascular dementia results in a subtle, progressive decline in memory and cognitive functioning. It is caused when the blood supply carrying oxygen and nutrients to the brain is interrupted by a blocked or diseased vascular system. If blood supply is blocked for longer than a few seconds, brain cells can die, causing damage to the cortex of the brain, the area associated with learning, memory, and language. Depending on each client's health condition and the severity of the stroke or strokes, vascular dementia may come on gradually or suddenly. Currently, there is no known cure, but the good news is that making certain lifestyle changes and using practical strategies may help prevent strokes, compensate for cognitive losses, and slow the disease's development. Vascular dementia affects different people in different ways, and the speed of progression varies from person to person. Some symptoms may be similar to those of other types of dementia and usually reflect increasing difficulty to perform everyday activities such as eating, dressing, or shopping. Behavioral and physical symptoms can come on dramatically or very gradually, although it appears that a prolonged period of TIAs, the many strokes mentioned above, leads to a gradual decline in memory, whereas a bigger stroke can produce profound symptoms immediately. Regardless of the rate of appearance, vascular dementia typically progresses in a stepwise fashion, where lapses in memory and reasoning abilities are followed by periods of stability, only to give way to further decline. Common mental and emotional signs and symptoms of vascular dementia include the following: slowed thinking, memory problems, general forgetfulness, unusual mood changes, example depression, irritability, hallucinations and delusions, disorientation, which may get worse at night, personality changes and loss of social skills. 6. 812. Dementia with Lewy bodies. Dementia with Lewy bodies, DLB, is one of the most common types of progressive dementia. The central feature of DLB is progressive cognitive decline, combined with three additional defining features. 1. Severe fluctuations in alertness and attention, for example, sleep disturbances, frequent drowsiness, lethargy, lengthy periods spent staring into space, or disorganized speech. 2. Recurrent visual hallucinations, and 3. Parkinson's disease, like motor symptoms such as rigidity and the loss of spontaneous movement. People with DLB may also suffer from depression. The symptoms of DLB are caused by a buildup of Lewy bodies, accumulated bits of protein inside the nuclei of neurons in areas of the brain that regulate particular aspects of memory and motor control. The similarity of symptoms between DLB and Parkinson's disease and between DLB and Alzheimer's disease can often make coming up with a definitive diagnosis difficult for the physician. As well, Lewy bodies are often found in the brains of people with Parkinson's disease and in those with ADRD, a finding that suggests either that DLB is related to these other causes of dementia or that an individual can have both DLB and one of these other diseases at the same time. DLB usually occurs sporadically in people with no known family history of the disease. However, rare familial cases have occasionally been reported. Frontotemporal degeneration dementia. Frontotemporal dementia, FTD, is another type of dementia. It accounts for about 5% of all dementias and generally occurs between 40 and 60 years, with women slightly more affected than men. 7. FTD is characterized by dramatic changes in personality, behavior, and thought processes. Changes in personal and social conduct occur in the early stages of the disease and include loss of inhibition, apathy, social withdrawal, mouthing of objects, and ritualistic compulsive behaviors. These symptoms may lead to misdiagnosis as a psychological or emotion-based problem, or, in older adults, these symptoms can be mistaken for withdrawal or eccentricity. Many of the early symptoms of FTD are frontal lobe symptoms, which tend to mark out the differences between FTD and the other types of dementias such as ADRD. In ADRD, the initial symptoms tend to be memory impairment, but in FTD, since the frontal lobes of the brain are affected, the first symptoms occur in emotional and social functioning. The mood changes, often leaning toward euphoria, lack of inhibitions, and deterioration in social skills, are clearly noticeable. A client with FTD may become excessively extroverted, withdrawn, rude, impatient, or aggressive and may make inappropriate remarks in public. The person may exhibit altered sexual behavior, with a markedly increased interest in sex, which can be linked to loss of inhibition. It can be very disturbing and can get the client into trouble with the police. 7. Pick's disease is one type of FTD. Pick's disease is marked by the presence of abnormalities in brain cells, called Pick's bodies, which are found in the affected areas as well as elsewhere in the brain. Behavioral changes can be very subtle at first. Dementia is recognized when behavior becomes more bizarre. Because of the type of brain damage, the disease also causes gluttony, gross overeating, and increased alcohol intake. Clients with Pick's disease may have a compulsion to put objects in their mouth. 7. Problems with language can occur in the early stages of FTD but are not as striking as those in the early stages of ADRD. Difficulty finding words and naming objects occurs initially, and as the disease progresses, memory and apraxia become more marked. 7. Someone suffering from FTD will have difficulty maintaining a line of thought, be easily distracted, and have difficulty maintaining conversation for any length of time. 7. Mixed dementia, which has characteristics of both Alzheimer's disease and vascular dementia, is now believed to be more common than previously thought. 8. This new information is important because scientists now realize that the combination of two diseases may have a greater impact on the brain than only one disease. The symptoms may be similar to Alzheimer's disease or vascular dementia or to both in combination. Secondary dementias. In many cases, a client's dementia results from the physical effects of a disease process, from ingestion 813 of damaging substances, or from injury. This type of dementia is called a secondary dementia. This section examines some types of secondary dementias. Parkinson's disease dementia. Parkinson's disease is a progressive illness that affects the brain's ability to control movement, resulting in tremors, stiffness, slowness, difficulty walking, and loss of balance. In the later stages of the disease, some people may also develop dementia. Common symptoms include memory loss, difficulty concentrating, thinking, or completing routine tasks, and navigating the environment. People with Parkinson's disease may also develop depression. See Chapter 35, Hallucinations and Delusions. See Chapter 37 for a more detailed description of Parkinson's disease. Creutzfeldt, Jacob disease. First identified in the 1920s, Creutzfeldt, Jacob disease, CJD, is a very rare disease that causes dementia. 9-CJD appears to have a genetic link or susceptibility in 5% to 15% of cases and can be passed on through infected brain tissue. It is believed to be caused by what are called proteinaceous prions, which can live in the body for years before any signs of the disease become obvious. CJD occurs in people between the ages of 50 and 70 years and is a rapid, progressive neurological disease that can affect both humans and animals. Early signs and symptoms of CJD include fatigue, difficulty sleeping and insomnia, excessive sleepiness, changes in personality, anorexia, progressive deterioration of memory, behavior disturbances, and spasms of the body. Depression and psychosis are seen in 10% of cases, along with delusions and hallucinations. CJD is usually rapidly fatal. In later stages, the client will have poor balance and pain, which will cause increasing problems with stability and walking. Dementia becomes obvious, and it eventually leads to a mute, rigid state. Once the signs of CJD become apparent, the progress of the disease is very rapid. There is no known cure for CJD. Symptoms are treated to help alleviate the stress and pain and to make the client as comfortable as possible. About 90% of patients with CJD die within 1 year of the first symptoms. Normal pressure hydrocephalus. People who have had a history of brain hemorrhage or meningitis are at increased risk for this type of dementia. It is caused by poor reabsorption of cerebrospinal fluid and the resulting buildup of fluid in the brain. The symptoms include difficulty walking, memory loss, and inability to control urination. It can sometimes be corrected with surgical installation of a shunt in the brain to drain off the excess fluid. Substance-induced persisting dementias. A client whose dementia is a result of the persisting effects of an abused substance, medication, toxic substance exposure, or alcohol may be diagnosed with substance-induced persisting dementia. In this case, the client's cognitive decline may be caused by any of the following. Toxic effects of that substance on the brain cells. Substance-related effects on internal organs, such as liver, heart, and kidneys. Acquired brain injuries, ABI, related to falls sustained while impaired or disoriented. It is important to note that any client who has a substance-related persisting dementia should be treated respectfully at all times and no differently from any other client. Support workers need to remember the DIPS principles and to always act professionally. Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, WEAKS, is a brain disorder that is caused by lack of thiamine, vitamin B1, affects the nervous system, including the brain, and is usually associated with alcohol use disorder, heavy alcohol consumption, over a long period. WEAKS causes impairment of memory and intellectual or cognitive skills such as problem solving or learning, as well as symptoms of nerve damage, including damage to areas of the brain. The most distinguishing symptom is confabulation, fabrication, the making up of detailed, believable stories about experiences or situations to cover the gaps in the memory. 10. 814. WEAKS may also occur in other conditions that involve severe malnutrition. Because of the following, thiamine deficiency is often seen in people who consume excessive amounts of alcohol. Many heavy drinkers have poor eating habits. Their nutrition is inadequate and does not contain essential vitamins. Alcohol can inflame the stomach lining and impede the body's ability to absorb the key vitamins it receives. Treatment involves thiamine replacement therapy by intravenous, 4, or intramuscular, IM, injection, together with proper nutrition and hydration. However, the amnesia and brain damage caused by the disease do not always respond to thiamine replacement therapy. In some cases, drug therapy is recommended. If treatment is successful, improvement will become apparent within 2 years, although recovery is slow and often incomplete. 11. Other causes of secondary dementia. Many other health conditions, see Chapter 37, can also cause secondary dementia, including the following: acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, Huntington's disease, multiple sclerosis, syphilis, depression and dementia. 12. Delirium and depression, see Chapter 35, can easily be mistaken for dementia, as they all share many of the same signs and symptoms. For this reason, depression is sometimes called pseudodementia, meaning false, pseudo-dementia. On the other hand, some people who have early ADRD may seem depressed but not be. Their symptoms are so similar to depression that their behaviors might be mistaken as simple depression. Symptoms that are common to both depression and dementia include the following: lack of concern for surroundings, loss of interest in activities and hobbies, social withdrawal and isolation, trouble concentrating, impaired thinking. However, experts estimate that up to 40% of people with ADRD suffer from major depressive disorder as well. Depression in the older adult is always of great concern to healthcare providers, and an accurate diagnosis by a physician is very important. People who have dementia are less likely to tell others of their sadness, hopelessness, guilt, or other feelings associated with depression. It may also be difficult to diagnose depression in clients who have ADRD because their symptoms may differ from those of people who do not have ADRD. Symptom differences may include the following: symptoms of depression may not last as long for people with ADRD. Symptoms of depression may come and go in people with ADRD. Symptoms of depression may be less severe in people with ADRD. People with ADRD may be less likely to talk about or attempt suicide. Getting appropriate diagnosis and treatment for depression can significantly improve the quality of life of people with ADRD. Treatment includes a combination of medication, counseling, and encouraged socialization and activities. Supporting a client with dementia who is depressed. Consider encouraging participation in a support group, which is especially helpful to clients in early stages. Schedule a predictable daily routine. Schedule high-energy activities such as bathing during the client's best time of the day. Make a list of activities, people, or places the client enjoys and schedule these things more frequently. Assist the client to exercise regularly, particularly in the morning. Acknowledge and validate the client's sadness and frustration. 815. Frequently express hope that the client will feel better soon. Celebrate small successes and occasions. Reassure the client that she is loved, respected, and appreciated as part of the family. Offer favorite foods to the client. Reassure the client that he or she will not be abandoned. Stages of dementia. One staging system explains 3 stages of dementia: 1. Early, 2. Middle, and 3. Late. Most dementias are explained in these 3 stages, which generally apply to ADRD and most other forms of dementia. Another staging system, used by medical professionals, is called the Global Deterioration Scale, also called the Riceberg Scale, which divides the disease process into 7 stages. More information about this scale is available on the internet or from your local Alzheimer's Society. Whichever staging system is used, it is important to remember that dementia affects each client differently. The client's symptoms and behaviors will vary depending on which area of the brain is affected. In the early stages, different dementias can present quite differently but tend to become similar as they progress. Signs and symptoms become more severe with each stage, although the rate of decline will vary from client to client. Eventually, the client will be confined to bed and become totally dependent on others for care. Death occurs when the brain shuts down all body systems. 13. The order in which the symptoms appear, as well as the length of each stage, will vary from client to client. There is no clear line between the end of one stage and the beginning of another. In many clients, stages will overlap. Some may experience many of the symptoms in each stage, and others may experience only a few. There may be fluctuations in a client from day to day, and the person may appear more disoriented one day and less so the next day. Stage 1, mild, early stage. A client with dementia is usually cared for at home until symptoms become severe. Clients with dementia may live with family members or may live alone in their own homes and receive support from family, friends, volunteers, and home care workers. The primary caregiver may be the client's spouse, adult child, another family member, or friend. Other caregivers may periodically provide relief to the primary caregiver. Respite care through community day programs and home care may also provide temporary help. Clients with dementia often need help getting organized, solving simple problems, and remembering appointments, occasions, and medications. Table 36-1. They need support and supervision. For example, if a client wants to bake cookies, you will need to make sure that the setting is safe for the activity and that the oven is turned off when the client is finished. Safety is an ongoing concern for the client with dementia, since the person may wander away, swallow a poisonous substance, or leave an appliance on. Ensure a safe setting, and supervise the client at all times. It is your responsibility to follow the client's care plan. Table 36-1. Typical symptoms and support strategies for early stage of dementia. Abilities affected. Typical symptoms of early stage of dementia. Support strategies for support workers, families, and caregivers. Asterisk. Mental abilities. Mild forgetfulness, forgetting recent events. Difficulty learning new things and following conversations. Difficulty concentrating or limited attention span. Difficulties with orientation, such as getting lost or not following directions. Communication difficulties such as finding the right word. Difficulty finding words, finishing thoughts, following directions, and remembering names. Occasional disorientation to person, time, and place. difficulty performing everyday tasks, poor judgment, bad decisions, including when driving. Use labels, notes, calendars, alarms, or timers to assist with memory cues. Pill dispensers and dosettes may assist with remembering when to take medications. Post emergency numbers by the telephone so they are easy to see. Break tasks into small steps. Keep group sizes small to reduce noise and overstimulation. Encourage the client to engage in conversation. Ask the client short questions. Ask questions frequently, if necessary. Encourage activities that are manageable. Follow routines as much as possible. Have someone escort the client to doctor's appointments so as to assist the client to relay concerns to the doctor. Register the client with the Alzheimer's Society Medical Alert Safely Home Registry. The family should discuss the client's driving with the family doctor. The support worker should discuss concerns with the supervisor. The family should discourage the client from driving and offer to drive the client to a destination if needed. Moods and emotions. Blaming others for mistakes, forgetfulness, and other issues. Mood shifts. Symptoms of depression, irritability, or defensiveness. Encourage nutritious foods. Allow the client to verbalize thoughts and feelings. Encourage meditation or stress-relieving activities. Seek medical assistance to see if medications can help the client. Behaviors. Lack of spontaneity, less outgoing or less interested in things. Passive. Withdrawn from usual activities. Restless. Encourage the client to stay physically fit. Encourage social connectedness with family and friends. Encourage the client to participate in activities that bring meaning and pleasure. Encourage participation in activities and events. Physical abilities. Mild coordination problems. Have the client focus on activities that can be performed safely. Encourage the use of safety features such as handrails and grab bars. Remove tripping hazards from the home environment, such as scatter rugs and loose cords. Increase the lighting to improve visibility in areas around stairs, hallways, and entrances. Asterisk also refer to this chapter for more suggestions. Source: Alzheimer's Society of Canada. 2016, Stages of Alzheimer's Disease. Retrieved from http://www.alzheimer.ca/n/about-dementia/stages-of-alzheimer-s-disease. You may need to help a client start an activity or task and then provide only support and encouragement. Some clients with dementia will, however, have problems completing tasks and will need frequent cues, reminders, and repeating of facts and conversations. For example, a client wants to mail a letter but cannot remember the word stamps or where they are kept. You help this client remember the word and then help find the stamps. Follow the care plan, which may specify that you should focus on the client's enjoyment of an activity rather than on achievement. A client in this stage will usually be aware of the diagnosis and will be able to participate in decisions affecting future care. Symptoms can include mild forgetfulness and communication difficulties, such as finding the right word and following a conversation. Some clients are able to stay involved in activities. Some others may become passive or withdrawn, or they may become depressed or anxious because they are frustrated by their changing abilities. It is important to monitor the emotional well-being of the client. Stage 2, moderate, middle stage. Further decline occurs in the client's mental and physical abilities in the middle stage. Table 36-2. 820 memory will continue to deteriorate as the client forgets personal history and no longer recognizes family and friends. Some clients become restless and pace constantly or may wander off. Registering the client with the Medic Alert Safely Home program will provide peace of mind to the client's family, as the client can be easily located should she become lost. Table 36-2. Typical symptoms and support strategies for middle stage of dementia. Abilities affected. Typical symptoms of middle stage of dementia. Support strategies for support workers, families, and caregivers. Mental abilities. Memory loss increases failure to recognize family and friends. Forgetting personal history. Disorientation to time and place. Increasing restlessness during the evening hours, sundowning. Increased episodes of disorientation. Development of sleep problems. Dulled senses, inability to tell the difference between hot and cold and to recognize dangers. Movement and gait problems, walking slowly, having a shuffling gait. Communication problems, inability to follow directions, difficulty reading, writing, and math, speaking in short sentences or single words, statements not making sense. Use. Cueing to assist the client use pictures, notes, signs, or seasonal objects. If the client is struggling to remember, offer information such as names in the conversation. Speak slowly and clearly. Use simple language, and repeat the message if necessary. Avoid abstract questions such as "What do you think about?" Ask concrete questions instead, such as "Do you think it is cold today?" Use physical gestures to reinforce your message. Limit choices to 1 or 2. Moods and emotions. Loss of impulse control, foul language, poor table manners, sexual aggression, rudeness. Personality change. Disorientation. Anxiety or apprehension. Suspiciousness. Mood shifts. Anger, hostile behaviors, violent behavior. Sadness or depression. Remember that the client is not intentionally being difficult. Try to identify and address the emotions behind the client's behaviors. Do not focus solely on the client's words. Encourage a healthy lifestyle, including healthy eating, physical activity, and familiar and meaningful activities. Reassure and comfort the client. Encourage the client to reminisce as a helpful strategy. Avoid disagreeing, arguing, or trying to convince the client that he is incorrect. Behaviors. Declining ability to concentrate. Restlessness, pacing, wandering. Repetition of movements and statements, moving things back and forth constantly. Saying the same thing over and over again. Delusions. Uninhibited behaviors. Passive behavior. Remember that all behavior has meaning. Try to identify the cause for that particular behavior. Too much noise. Too many people. Hungry. In pain. Too hot. Cold. Uncomfortable. Irritated. Hungry. Need to toilet. Watch for behavior changes that may result from a physical illness such as a UTI or the flu. Contact the Alzheimer's Society to register the client in the Medical Alert Safely Home Registry to help ensure the client's safety. Physical abilities. Bowel and bladder incontinence. Need for help with ADLS bathing, feeding, and dressing self. Fear of bathing, refusal to change clothes. Disrupted sleep patterns. Appetite fluctuations. Language difficulties. Visual, spatial problems. Know and maintain the client's preferred tastes and past routines. Keep style of clothing and hair simple and easy to maintain. Adjust schedules to make them as comfortable for the client as possible. Adapt activities to accommodate for lost abilities and make the most of the remaining abilities. Identify and prevent any potential hazards in the home, example install grab bars. Have family or your supervisor consult an occupational therapist for advice on routines, activities, and ways to adapt the house to make it as safe and as accommodating as possible. Source: Alzheimer's Society of Canada. 2016, Stages of Alzheimer's Disease. Retrieved from http://www.alzheimer.ca/n/about-dementia/stages-of-Alzheimer-s-disease. A client may react in a number of ways to the loss of abilities. For example, the person may become less involved in activities or may repeat the same action or word over and over again. The local Alzheimer's Society can provide education about the disease, resources, and support for clients and their families and can assist them to develop strategies to deal with difficult situations. As the client's dementia progresses, the need for assistance increases. Usually, there comes a time when family and friends can no longer deal with the situation or meet all the client's needs. The client may be unable to tolerate wearing dentures or eyeglasses, which can increase the client's risk for injury. Such issues should be detailed in the client's care plan and noted by caregivers. Increased disorientation to time and place will also necessitate assistance with ADLS such as dressing, bathing, and using the toilet. Community day programs, respite care, home care, and help from family members, friends, and volunteers are no longer enough at this stage. Long-term care is needed when at least one of the following occurs. Family members and friends are not able to meet the client's needs. Family members themselves have health problems. The client's behaviors present a danger to self or others. The client no longer recognizes the caregiver. Many long-term care facilities have special care units, SCUs, for clients with dementia. The healthcare team ensures that their needs are met. Many facilities provide hospice care for those in the final stages of dementia. When a client with dementia moves to a facility, the family or close friends usually continue to be involved in care, as they are an important part of the healthcare team. Some family members and friends may take part in facility activities, and, for many clients with dementia, they can provide comfort and support. Often, the client may be admitted to a locked SEU that will provide the safety and security the client needs. This type of unit will reduce the client's risk for injury if the client is prone to wandering. Stage 3, severe, late stage. In this last stage, the client is incapable of remembering, communicating, or performing self-care. Table 36-3, and requires care 24 hours a day. Eventually, the client will become bedridden, have difficulty eating or swallowing, and lose control of bodily functions. This stage eventually ends with the client's death, often from secondary complications such as pneumonia. Table 36-3. Typical symptoms and support strategies for late stage of dementia. Abilities affected. Typical symptoms of late stage of dementia. Support strategies for support workers, families, and caregivers. Mental abilities. Loss of ability to remember, to communicate verbally, or to function independently. Inability to process information. Severe speaking difficulties. Severe disorientation to time, place, and people. Seizures, see. Chapter 37. Constant state of disorientation, inability to recognize self, family members, or others. Total dependence on others for all ADLS. Total urinary and fecal incontinence. Use the senses to allow the client to connect. Touch, hold the client's hand. Brush the hair. Give a gentle massage to the hands, legs, or feet. Have the client stroke a pet or a soft cloth. Smell, olfactory, smell, memories can be very powerful. Introduce items such as perfumes, a flower, or food that the client once enjoyed. Vision, DVDs with quiet scenes of nature or calming sounds can be relaxing for a client. Hearing, reading in a comforting tone can be soothing for the client, even if the person can no longer understand the words. What you say is not as important as how you say it. Moods and emotions. Withdrawal from conversations. Fill a box with items that represent the person's interests, favorite activities, past work, and happy memories. Have photos and other memorabilia around for the client to see. Provide the client with the opportunity to hear, smell, taste, or see items that are associated with familiar rituals of spirituality that the client would remember. Behaviors. Nonverbal communication, eye contact, crying, groaning. Inability to speak, groaning, grunting, or screaming. Look closely at the client, and try to identify the source of the client's communication responses. Use cueing, whenever possible, to identify the causes of these behaviors. Physical abilities. Increase sleep problems or sleeping longer and more often. Confinement to bed, inability to sit or walk. Loss of ability to speak. Loss of control of bladder and bowels. Difficulty eating and swallowing, increased risk for choking and aspiration. Inability to dress or bathe. Loss of weight. Coma, death. Provide a safe, Calming environment away from distractions. Ensure that the client is in a comfortable, upright position during and after meals. Allow plenty of time for the client to eat. Offer small, frequent meals and snacks rather than 3 big meals. Change the client's position every 2 hours, and provide proper skincare. See Chapters 25, 26, and 30. Set a toileting schedule. See Chapters 32 and 33. Provide adequate hydration during the day. See Chapter 28. Monitor bowel movements. See Chapter 33. Source: Alzheimer's Society of Canada. 2016. Stages of Alzheimer's disease. Retrieved from http://www.alzheimer.ca/n/about-disease/stages-of-Alzheimer-s-disease. Supporting clients with dementia. Each client with dementia has unique care needs, depending on the form of dementia, the stage of the dementia, and the care setting. Think about safety, the ABCDs of managing responsive or challenging behaviors box on page 834 lists general guidelines for caring for clients with dementia. The care plan and your supervisor will give you specific instructions for each client. Meeting basic client needs. Many clients are able to remain in their own homes longer if their environment can be adapted to function effectively and safely. Over time, however, clients with dementia become dependent on others for all care, safety, hygiene, grooming, dressing, and elimination, as well as nutrition and fluids, exercise, health, comfort, and therapy. Follow the care plan. Other ways to assist the client to meet basic needs include the following. Meet food and fluid needs. See Chapter 28. Provide finger foods. Cut food into small bits and pour out liquids, as needed. Provide good skincare. See Chapters 24, 30, and 31. Keep skin free of urine and stool. 822. Promote urinary and fecal elimination. See Chapters 32 and 33. Provide incontinence care as needed. See Chapters 32 and 33. Provide frequent toileting at regular intervals throughout the day and night. Promote exercise and activity during the day. See Chapter 26. Activity helps reduce wandering and sundowning behaviors. See p. 830. The client may also sleep better. Reduce intake of coffee, tea, and cola drinks, which contain caffeine. Caffeine is a stimulant that can increase restlessness, disorientation, and agitation. 14. Provide a quiet, restful setting. See Chapter 12. Soft music is better than loud TV programs. 823. Play soft music during care activities such as bathing and during meals. Promote personal hygiene, see Chapter 30, but do not force the client into a shower or tub, as clients with dementia are often afraid of bathing. Try bathing the client when she is calm, using the client's preferred bathing method: tub bath, shower, bed bath, or towel bath. Follow the care plan. Provide privacy, and keep the client warm. Do not rush the client. Provide oral hygiene, see Chapter 30. Choose clothing options that are comfortable and easy to put on, for example, front opening garments. Pullover tops are harder to put on, and the client may become frightened when the head is inside the pullover top. Clothing that closes with Velcro is easy to put on and take off. Buttons, zippers, snaps, and other closures that are hard to handle can frustrate the client. Offer simple clothing choices. Let the client choose between 2 shirts or blouses, 2 pants or slacks, and so on. Lay out clothing in the order it will be put on. Hand the client one clothing item at a time. Describe or show the client what to do, and do not rush him. Have equipment ready for any procedure to reduce the amount of time the client is involved in care measures. Observe for signs and symptoms of health problems, see Chapter 37. Prevent infection. Assist with hand washing when necessary, see Chapter 23. Safety. Clients need a safe, quiet setting. They do not recognize safety hazards and are at risk for falls. If a client with dementia falls, he may not understand why it is unsafe to move after the fall. Because you should never use force or hold a client down, you may need to allow the client to move about. Talk to the client in a quiet and soothing voice until someone can assist you. Clients may feel fearful even in a safe, quiet setting. They do not understand what is happening to them, so always explain calmly what you are going to do. Be prepared to repeat yourself, since clients with dementia are often not able to retain information. Clients may be at increased risk for injury if they are combative or aggressive. Family members or caregivers, who are tired and weary, may be more likely to restrain or confine clients in their care so as to be able to manage them. Ways to ensure client safety include the following. Remove harmful, sharp, and breakable objects such as knives, scissors, glass, dishes, razors, and tools from the area. Provide eating and drinking utensils that cannot be easily broken by the client so as to help prevent cuts and injuries. Place safety plugs in electrical outlets. Keep cords and electrical equipment out of reach. Remove electrical appliances, for example, hair dryers, curling or flat irons, makeup mirrors, and electric shavers from the bathroom.
Dami pa.
Store
Taas
personal
pala ito.
care items, shampoo, deodorant, lotion, and so on in a safe place.
All right, thank you so much, Kaganda21, GBL, Million Ways, for staying and for watching. I have to say bye-bye. Thank you and have a blessed evening.